This episode is brought to you by Midwest Night Watchers, found everywhere on your favorite podcast platforms.
The animals are going crazy. I don't know if you guys could hear that or not.
What a way to start the show.
That's perfect timing. Well, anyway, welcome to Piercing the Veil. Or not Piercing the Veil, Night Out Lounge. I'm even messing that up. And tonight we're going to be talking a little bit about Egyptian culture and the United States, mainly Illinois. I found some new stuff for Illinois with Egyptian culture. So we're going to talk about that. And I have some screenshots or scans of our old Holy Bible for the plants or trees and some of the animals, so we can share that later too, and cryptid reports.
Cool. Hopefully
So it might be a long show. I don't know.
Hopefully the cats will calm down upstairs. I don't know if they found a catnip mouse or what happened right when we started.
I don't know what happened, but
oh my gosh, that was loud.
I don't know if anybody at home heard it or not.
That was so
or out
good.
in the audience, I should say.
That deserves this. Start the show out with the cats and the goat. Wow. Welcome in Joe, Daryl, Roger, Jackie, Amber, Dragonfly. Did anybody hear that noise when we first started?
I don't know. We probably said something and they probably didn't even hear it.
Oh, that was funny. Hey, Claudette. It's good to see you too. Why does OBS say okay?
What?
I had a bubble pop up and said disconnected and then connected. So I wonder if our OBS went poof for a second. I don't know.
Wolverine,
welcome in. Oh
yeah, we got a full show tonight. I don't know if we'll get to all of it or not. I don't know, because there's like 100 pictures I took of some of the illustrations in that Bible, and I didn't even touch all of them.
Wow,
there's so many.
I know you're busy. I'm interested in all what you got. Hey, Gemini. Oh my, that got my eyes watering and everything. That was so funny.
So
I wasn't expecting that.
I was busy trying to upload everything before the show. I started 7 o'clock, and I just got done right before the show.
Yeah, Sandy, we're melting too. Wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow and the next day is supposed to be worse.
Still haven't turned the air on yet, though. We kind of. Well, Jane comes down here where it's nice and cool, and I stay upstairs with the dog and the cats and suffer through it. Yeah. There's a little bit of a breeze, though. It wasn't too awful, but I think it got 83 in the house today.
The heat index outside was 90 something. So yeah, tomorrow is supposed to be in the 90s. The heat index will probably be close to 100. And that's bringing in the storms and tornadoes for our area tomorrow. And then still 87 the next day.
So if there's no breeze tomorrow, we might have to close up the house and turn on the AC for the first time of the year.
But we do not get this hot in May. This is our July weather. Very strange weather. I just hope the tornadoes aren't too bad tomorrow.
So yeah, it's been a fun day. Well, I mean, we had a phone call from our daughter in Canada and granddaughter, and
Yeah, that was really fun. 2-year-old granddaughter playing with Play-Doh. So we had a little late Mother's Day video phone call today. So that was very entertaining. Just starting to talk, saying, "Oh man."
oh man,
That was so cute when she was doing that. Still can't understand half her words. What was really funny is she loves Veggie Tales. If anyone knows Veggie Tales, and our daughter and son-in-law are laughing because she can sing really well and you can understand everything she's saying, but she can't talk that well. So it kind of reminded us of Ozzy. She can sing real good and you can understand her. Well, Saturday, we will find out the baby gender of either a new grandson or a new granddaughter because our Canadian daughter is expecting. We'll find out if it's a boy or a girl this Saturday.
yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Then we get to hear what the name is.
Well, the girl, they said they already figured out is the boy that couldn't come up with a.
I know, but they didn't tell us.
That's true. And this is I'm losing track. This will be our 5th grandchild. I think, yeah, this will be our 5th grandchild.
I sent some. I think I sent them. I know I sent 1 or 2, but anyway, like Cajun, Louisiana, down south, and names, and especially even Irish names that are pronounced differently than they're spelled. I thought that'd be cool, but that'd probably create a havoc for the kid their whole life. Because you can phonetically try to sound it out and it's nowhere close.
And thank you for the congratulations. The baby's due. What was it? Like October 11th or something like that is her due date. Somewhere at the beginning of October is when she's due.
So she gets to go all the way through summer.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be exciting. Don't know when we'll ever get to see it. It took quite a while until we saw this one. Well, a little 2-year-old, but yeah, our daughter hasn't been home for 8 years. She came back last fall and we met the little granddaughter. Oh, don't know when they'll get back to the U.S. You must be looking at something. You just started glowing.
I pulled up Creepy Acre. I pulled up Cryptid History, so it adds. So if I do that, it adds light to my face.
Ooh, makes your beard grow or glow. Grow?
Glowy.
Makes your beard glowy. So yeah, I don't know if everyone else is getting some of this heat, but it's definitely miserable. I heard California was like 101, 102. Brown Dwarf said he was in shorts and flip-flops. So I guess everyone got a heat wave coming through, but it don't feel good. Like some do with my name. They see how it's spelled. They spell it the way they want it to. Yeah. Well, Daryl has a brother named Daryl, and it's spelled Daryl, which is not even a normal spelling.
Yep.
So that is true, Daryl. I do not see your type of spelling that often.
Got Heidi Pop over there in Rumble.
I forgot about Rumble. Hey, Rumble. Hi, Heidi Pop. Heidi Pop. Anyone else over there? Is Heidi all by herself?
Heidi's by herself right now.
Aww.
Besides us.
Poor Heidi. She might have to come over here and join us.
She probably will. Robin likes going over there, and Heidi. Then they pop over on YouTube. I need to figure out how. I don't know if I need to start the show in Rumble, and then that way YouTube and Rumble chat will be together. But it's not working right now.
Oh, that's right. We were going to test that this last week, weren't we?
Yeah, but you had an accident.
Huh?
You got poked with a stick.
Oh. There she is.
Yep, there's Heidi.
Yep. Hello, hello.
Double chatting.
Hello, hello. Joe says, Heidi ho.
Heidi ho. So if everybody noticed, our thumbnail today is actually a postcard, a real postcard that they used to sell.
Really?
They might still sell it. I don't know.
Find it on eBay. Hi, Roger.
No, I've had this image for a long, long time. I don't know where I found it at.
Roger.
So this is what today's show is all about, or one of the subjects anyway that we'll talk about. And of course, as every Wednesday, we'll talk about whatever else comes up in chat too. But we want to cover the Egypt. I mean, a lot of U.S. cities and cultures for Egypt is in the U.S. It's weird. I mean, all the way from the Grand Canyon, all the way to the Missouri Valley, all the way up to Maine for the Native American Indians. But today we're going to be talking about Chicago a little bit and some architecture, and St. Louis and around Cairo, Illinois. So,
Huh? Jackie said she jumped over the Rumble at the same time, then jumped back over here. And Tammy showed up too. Hi, Tammy.
Hi, Tammy.
And hi, Jackie. I don't know if I said Jackie at the beginning or not.
I think I said hi in chat to Jackie, but not verbally. So yeah, so that's interesting. You know, why is Southern Illinois called Little Egypt?
Yeah, and there's Cairo. Isn't there a few of them down there?
Oh, there's 4 or 5 and even more that are just in Illinois alone, let alone across the whole U.S. There's just tons of Cairos and all kinds of cities named after places in Egypt. It's bizarre.
Yeah. And we'll never know why.
So we will get to that eventually when we get to the talking about that, or probably after the cryptid report, after we get done saying hi to everybody and chatting for a little bit.
Cryptid report.
So yeah, we got a couple new ones. Because the last one we did was like the Loch Ness monster with a snake head looking thing.
Yeah, I think that was our last.
And I might bring, in this case, in case people weren't here last week, I can bring that one up when we get started. Hi, Freaky.
Hey, Freaky. How's the weather up in Canada? You still hot too, or? Well, actually, our daughter said it really hasn't been too bad.
No, I think she said it was like 60 some degrees, getting up to 70.
Well, come in, Freaky.
It's get hot. Hi, Roger.
Roger, Freaky.
104 yesterday for Tammy.
Oh.
It was what was it?
It was in the upper 80s, and the heat index was 90-ish yesterday, but then today was even hotter.
The indoor-outdoor thermometer said 90 for outside, but my phone said 85, and the house said the thermostat reading said 83 in the house.
Wow. This is definitely a lot hotter than what everybody's supposed to be this time of year. I just hope it doesn't get even hotter for the summer. Last summer was even miserable. Without how many
Taylor also said it was raining, kind of miserable up there. So that's why the temperatures were a little bit lower.
wish I had your temp. You do not want 104. You don't even want Illinois weather with all the humidity. It was bad. Eastern Kentucky was 80 today. So, Roger, isn't that hotter than normal for you also? To me, this is our July weather.
So we picked a good day yesterday to burn our sticks and weeds and brush everything that we pulled, and or Jane pulled actually. And I got the yard mowed and we burnt the pile, and so we picked the better of the days. Hardly any wind. Just a little bit of a breeze once in a while, but other than that, it was just dead calm. So we burnt the pile down and got the yard mowed.
Finally no wind. And I just looked at him and I said, let's get it burnt before the wind comes back. It's been so windy. As anyone goes to 24/7, yeah, you can hear the wind roaring through the mic.
Hi, Diaries of a Wandering Artist.
Hey, welcome in, Diary. Diary had 95. I think everybody is experiencing this crazy heat wave.
Yep. Gonna have to trim my beard and hair here pretty soon. It gets this hot.
Well, we gotta first talk to Mr. Gonzo. See if he was serious. If he wasn't, then you can go ahead and buzz your head and trim your beard. Then everybody's gonna be mad next time you're online.
It ain't gonna happen this time. Not this. I don't think it'll happen this summer. It's still way early in the beginning of talks.
Oh, okay. Then she seen where am I? I was visiting family today. Cousin said she was roasting, had windows open, but no change of temp. She looked at me with a sweater on, and asked, what are you doing with that on? Oh boy. Yeah, we're having a heat wave. Oops, it's gone.
Having a heat wave.
Heat wave.
Wasn't too bad, actually. I mean, we've been having a wind, so we've been having breeze come through the windows, even though it's kind of been hot. But today and yesterday wasn't hardly any breeze, but the house still stayed kind of cool. I mean, 80 degrees, whatever.
Welcome in, Bud Files.
Hi, Bud Files. So if we were doing something, or me, if I was working on something, then it might have been got hot in the house, but just sitting there and grabbing pictures and organizing all that stuff, it wasn't too bad.
Oh, and that's why I busted my butt getting all the weeds pulled and finally finishing up yard work and flower beds. I knew this heat was coming. If I wasn't going to get it done, it wasn't going to get done till fall. Oh yeah, we've been kind of busy this week. This chat's going by too fast.
Yeah.
I think I was the only one in my family that cold all year long. Joe says it's windy and rainy there all week. I don't know what's going on with this wind. Why is this so stinking windy? He saw his very first possible reed frog a couple days ago.
I don't think I've ever seen a reed frog.
Yeah, our little tree frogs are cheaping away. Wish we had some in our backyard, but they're over there by the train tracks and then on the other side of the house around the Methodist church area.
We've had a couple of little frogs show up in the yard eventually here and there, but we don't have them like everybody else does.
Right. Joe, you must be in North Carolina too. Yeah, I know the South Carolina's had a bunch of rain. Even today, didn't Dennis say it was raining there on his show?
Yes, he did.
He did, yeah.
And we know the cryptid huntress Jessica Jones. She drove all the way back from a conference through 8 hours of rain.
Hey, Red. Hi. How you doing? You snuck in until I saw Daryl say, "Hey, Savage, welcome in, Red."
Oh, yeah, welcome.
Yeah, so that's why we're going to have these nasty storms coming in tomorrow and the next day, is because of all this darn heat.
Yep.
He lives on Hilltop, Maryland.
Wow.
And we're just scattered all over the place. Reed frogs are not native here, but we do have tree frogs. Yeah, that's what we've got. Yeah, we got tree frogs, and we got a couple different types of frogs, but the little tree frogs are the ones that cheep at night, which is so cool.
Yep. They got their distinct little sound, and won't be long before we'll start hearing crickets and night bugs.
There are summer bugs. Well, they'll be here about sometime in June.
So it has been getting down. Well, it was in the 60s and close to 50 degrees at night. So it was nice when the house cooled off when you're getting ready to go to sleep. But last night it didn't quite cool off enough, but it was all right.
Just going by too fast. I want the loud squeaky frog.
And a licking frog.
Yeah, we don't have any bullfrogs unless you're around. Wow, is there any bullfrogs down in our river, the Illinois River? Or are they just like
Ponds.
just ponds, right?
We would go out jigging in ponds all the time. I'm sure they're probably down by the river too, but the ponds around here definitely have bullfrogs, and because we'd go jigging for them for mom and dad to have frog legs.
Hi, Catherine.
Hi, Catherine.
Yeah, so around here we hear a bunch of tree frogs. You can hear them on the 24/7 if you listen real closely and it's not windy.
The only thing we didn't do, we didn't catch any turtles for. I know mom and dad, especially mom, like turtle.
Hmm.
But we did do frog legs. Hey, hey, Bigfoot dwarf.
There's Dwarfy. I don't think I've ever tried turtle.
I didn't try it, but one time I did see turtle. It looked kind of gristly and like I don't know why mom and them liked it, but whatever.
Tough and chewy.
Of course, mom and them, growing up in the depressions on the farm out in the country, they ate everything from
Mm-hmm.
cow's tongue to livers to gizzards to whatever. So there's Derek.
Yep. Welcome in, Derek. Yeah, and fried pork skin to make the pork rinds.
Yeah, but we weren't forced to eat that stuff. That was just something mom and dad would eat, and I don't know if my older brothers and sisters ever had to eat any of that stuff that they used to eat on the farm, but I didn't have to.
Sandy said a snap turtle is good meat if steamed for a long time. That's how Dad did it. Hey, Dragon, welcome in.
Yep, welcome, Dragon.
Jackie said I struggle eating octopus. I know that would be
with the little suction cups. That's what the people with squid and all that, and it's the suction cups that gets people.
Red's had rattlesnake.
Oh, see, I've had obviously we've had rabbit, we've had duck, we've had squirrel. This year, normal hunting every day, wildlife out. We'd have quail, we'd have whatever, we'd go hunting for. Dad never did take us hunting for deer or anything like that, but I don't know if because he liked deer or just didn't want to bother with it or. Then of course we went fishing all the time growing up, but one year when we went visit my aunt in Michigan at the big mall that they had there at Grand Rapids, they had a wild game day or something. So there was all these little vendors that had alligator, snake, whatever, squirrel, possum. I mean, you name it, it was there to eat. So that was the one time I did eat snake and alligator, and because you just got little samples to try. And that's the first time I tried
Hmm.
roasted crickets and
Ew.
spiders. And
Ew.
the crickets were, some of the crickets were chocolate coated, so they weren't too bad. They were crunchy, but you
Oh,
didn't
God.
know. I mean, other than knowing it was a cricket and looking at it, you did. I mean, the taste or nothing. It wasn't. There was no taste, no weird taste. It was just chocolate or like a salted nut almost. Hi, Sonny.
Dragon said, "Oh my, a lizard menu." Hey, welcome in, Sonny. I don't like squid. As tough as leather, huh? Oh,
No, I would eat alligator and snake. I mean, it tasted good. I mean, it was nice, but as far as going out hunting for it, I mean, obviously there's no alligators or crocs around here in our area, but snakes there are. But I probably wouldn't go hunting snakes just to make a meal out of one of them.
well, we used to travel down to Baton Rouge a few times. Well, I guess I went down more than you. Everybody down there loved alligator. Guess it was common. That is
Yeah,
chicken.
you go down in Cajun country or even Appalachians. There's all kinds of stuff that
Python.
we probably wouldn't eat.
Jackie said they got alligator and python for sale at their favorite local meat shop.
Oh yeah,
Wow. Well, speaking of python, we had one loose in our town.
yes we did. Somebody had a pet python, and they posted in the local Facebook group for our area that somehow it got outside or was outside and got loose, but they did get it back.
Yep, they
It
did
was
get
a
it back.
yellow. It was a yellow python. I don't know. I can't remember what the name of the species itself is, but
I mean, we normally see lost cat, lost dog. Well, yeah, on our community page, yeah, lost python. We do, oh no.
it was probably maybe 4 feet long. I
Yeah, it
think
was a
so.
real,
It
real
wasn't a
big.
huge python.
Yeah, it
Not
must
yet,
have been a
but
young one. You know, we don't hear about a loose python in our little town.
no, especially like I don't know if it's a yellow Burmese python or a ball python. I can't remember. I'd have to look at the picture.
And dragon people said alligator down south anyway. They said it tastes a lot like chicken if you cook it right. People love it down there. Alligator on the
Everything
tip.
tastes like chicken if you cook it right. I mean, it's weird. You get old fish, it'll taste like fish. White meat, or it just depends on how you season it and how you cook it up. And
Lost cats and dogs cause a python.
I mean, duck. When we had duck, grandma could roast that duck and cook it just right, and it almost tasted like roast beef. I mean, that's.
Wow.
But then we've had squirrel and pheasant and all that stuff, and sometimes it tasted good or gamey, and other times wasn't quite right. So it depends on who's cooking it. Grandma always cooked wild game awesome. Grandma Fountain.
Mm. Jackie, that's a good one. Except clowns. No matter how you cook them, they always taste funny.
You taste funny.
That's good. Rattlesnake was better than chicken, my opinion. Really? Wow.
It's supposed to be a lot better meat for you.
Ew, water moccasin was in Sonny's backyard.
We have
Right next to our
we have
foot.
water
Wow.
snakes down at the river, but I don't know necessarily if I don't think we have water moccasins. It could be, but I don't think so. There's snakes in the water.
And then around here, we just got little garden snakes. They don't bother me.
No.
Javelina. You should try it. Well, I've had duck eggs. Those are good. We got duck eggs from a lady from our old church. Yeah, they were pretty good.
I'm trying to think of what the animal that looks like a giant rat or I don't know what it was. I think it starts with a P, but it's they say it's really good eating if you cook it right. Runs loose out in the swamps and the woods, and supposedly if you cut, I guess it's an invasive species.
Possum? Everyone's saying possum.
No, it looks more like a rat. It's like possum size, but it looks like a rat.
Hmm.
But if you ever watch Duck Commander or what was that show?
Robinson, the
Yeah, the
Robinson
Robinsons. They would
Duck Dynasty.
Duck Dynasty. They would get that and eat it up. But if you killed it, if it got killed on the highway, if you cut off a tail, you get money for it. I guess because it's a nuisance.
Wow.
It could be related to a muskrat. I don't know.
Yeah, we raised quail for a few years, and quail eggs are actually very good. I even made deviled eggs out of little quail eggs, just teeny tiny little bite-sized things. I miss having quail. They were so neat.
Yeah, quail were cool. I'd probably get the bob whites or bigger quail than what we got when we raised
Yeah,
them.
we
They
got the
have
tiny little thing.
bob whites, and that size have more, at least more wheat or meat and bigger eggs.
And I even grabbed eggs and incubated them and hatched them. When they're born, they come out like a size of a large marble. They're so teeny tiny. It was so cute having little baby quail.
It could be this nutria or whatever they're typing in chat. I can't remember the name of it.
I don't know.
But anyway, the restaurant, like 40 minutes away from us, they would get that in. Not only alligator and the Cajun restaurant, they would get that in.
Oh, up close to Ottawa.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
even the one that was closer to by the golf course even started to do a Cajun
Hmm.
night or whatever, and they would have it too once in a while.
They look like a beaver with a tail of a rat. That could be it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Look like a beaver, but a tail of a rat. And it must be similar to a possum somehow.
I don't know. Chupacabra.
Cooper.
Or a capybara? I don't know.
Capybara?
Or Chupacabra? I don't know what he's trying to say.
I wonder why so many animals have rat tails.
Depends on where you live. I mean, that's why hunting dogs don't have a big furry tail. So that way they don't get, when they run through the briars, they don't get stickers and all that stuff on their coat.
And then you go down south, their possums are armadillos. Possum on a half shell. They got rat tails too, don't they?
Yep.
They got a little rat tail sticking out of their shell. It's the largest rodent, Jackie said.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they said it was like a rat or something. I mean, kind of along that line, but I guess it's good eating if you cook it right.
Red said he had a friend that ate crow.
My uncle used to hunt crow. I am assuming they ate it because my family, when they went hunting for something, they ate whatever they hunted, and he loved hunting crow. He made these realistic, lifelike crow decoys he'd put out in trees, and
Oh wow!
had crow calls, and so his
Wow.
favorite hunting was crows, actually, as far as like for birds and stuff.
And this was around here. I've never heard of crow hunting.
Yep. My dad and my uncle were born and raised here and was here their whole lives.
Wow. Capybaras are in Florida now?
Huh.
Wow, Jackie said you had a friend that hunted an 8 cougar.
Wow, I bet cougar's nice.
Roger said he's never had any, but he says possum is best baked.
I can't. I don't think we ever.
How much weed did you give him?
I don't ever remember eating possum. I don't think we hunted possum. A lot of my friends coon hunted raccoons, but that was mostly for the pelts. Back when you could get $5, $10 or even more for a back in the day you get close to $30 for a nice big pelt, but then it just kept going down where obviously people weren't getting fur coats anymore or that kind of deal. So
Daryl said crow season any time there.
I'm sure it is around here too, but I don't think nobody I know of hunts crow anymore.
I'm surprised they're not charging you for anything and everything you hunt around here like they do make money.
Well, they do actually. You're supposed to go down and get a nuisance tag or whatever, so you can kill not necessarily predators, but nuisance animals. But not many people do it, I don't think.
Oh, you guys are funny tonight. Yeah, wrong kind of cougar.
you probably get in trouble for hunting that kind of cougar.
Oh my. I didn't realize that was that kind of cougar season, hunting season.
That's probably open 24/7, I imagine, in places.
Oh, you guys are funny. Don't give me a laugh and I'm going to start coughing.
But yeah, we just did, at least as far as my family growing up, Dad and us kids, when he took us out hunting, would mostly be pheasant, rabbit, squirrel, duck.
I remember my brother got squirrel. Had some frozen squirrels in our freezer. I guess the freakiest thing that we had in our freezer when my friends came over and they saw bags of chicken feet, frozen chicken feet, because grandma would save all the chicken feet and give it to mom, and she'd throw them out to the dogs. They loved frozen chicken feet. So yeah, my friends freaked out opening up the freezer like, oh my gosh, what is that? Said, they're just chicken feet. They're good for dogs.
Yep.
Squirrel, rabbit, possum, coons, and just about it. It sounds like our dog down here's snoring. She barks at anything with 4 legs. Jackie, I can't believe I just said that. I gotta scroll back. I'm missing some. The best friend. Okay. Well, I know how many of men that do hunt and eat. Squirrel melts in Oregon? Really? What, your restaurants serve squirrel melts? Isn't it funny all the states are so different?
Yeah, I wonder if a black squirrel is different than our gray squirrel or brown squirrel.
Yeah, gray squirrel. Huh. Or is a squirrel a squirrel?
I don't know.
Freaky. Oh boy.
Special place in my heart for cougars.
Oh, rooster combs. I never heard of that. So yeah, we gave our dogs chicken feet, but maybe grandma did save the rooster combs. Who knows?
Maybe.
Ah, source of collagen.
Well, I know if you live out on a farm, I mean, all that stuff from animals you give to the dogs.
Mm-hmm. I think back in the day, they didn't get dog food. They got scraps. Back in the old days.
It's Cosmic Joe telling a joke.
Yeah, what do you call a deer with no eyes? I have no idea.
No eye.
Yep, chicken necks. If you boil chicken necks, you get all kinds of really good tender meat. And I remember Grandma would, yeah, she'd boil the chicken necks, get everything off of that.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's a lot of bones in the neck.
That's just like people used to make bone broth,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
That's
and
good for you.
get all the nutrients and all that out of the marrow and the bones and throw it in.
Man, we've been on for 41 minutes already.
Oh, we haven't even got to a cryptid report or nothing yet.
I know. The chat's just a rolling. My old dog got after a black bear once and he took it out of hearing range, and it was around half before my dog made it back on. Wow. Yes, bone broth is the best.
Chicken hearts with garlic on a sword. Is that like a skis kebab, or is that like
it must be. I love chicken hearts and chicken liver. Gizzards are okay. My mom would gnaw on the gizzards. I went, oh, those are too tough and disgusting. What? No thighs, savage? Yep.
They still on that?
Chicken livers. I love beef liver and onions.
Brazilian barbecue.
Barbecue.
Wow.
When I saw you were talking about Little Egypt, I had to be here. Oh, thank you, Catherine. We'll get to the Little Egypt eventually.
Yeah, hang on. We just got a couple. We got a couple cryptid reports. Once we get those going, then we'll start talking about Little Egypt. We're just letting everybody have fun in chat right now.
Yeah, we're talking about roadkill.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Yeah, who would have thought? That is funny.
Now we have a Burgoo Festival.
What?
Burgoo Festival around us over there by Utica by Starved Rock.
What is that?
That typically is like an Appalachian or a mountain stew where you take anything and everything. It could be roadkill like rabbits, coons, possums, and you chop up the meat and the vegetables and you all throw it in one big pot, and it's called burgoo.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So you can actually get authentic burgoo at that festival, but the main pot that a lot of them make down there, I mean, they have those great big ones where they cook it on an open fire, you know, just like you would, but they usually don't use roadkill. It's either stuff that they've hunted, or if it's stuff that, you know, they might buy the chicken in the store or whatever, you know. It's just kind of the idea of it all. But
I bet Sasquatch likes roadkill.
He probably likes burgoo.
There's Robin. There's Robin.
After Ethiopian, we've got Brazilian burger. Wow, that's cool.
He wants us to go out there and we're going to try all kinds of interesting food. And Red says it's kind of expensive. Hey, Hillbilly Herb.
Hi, Hillbilly Herb.
Welcome in, Hillbilly.
Shark would be good.
I've had shark steak. And
I mean, once you've had fish or tuna or, you know, any of those kind of steak, you know, tuna steaks and all that.
Yeah, tuna steak does not taste like tuna in a can. It's a totally different taste.
Or redfin or any of the, you know, any of the. All right. While everybody's chatting away, I'll just go ahead and read off a cryptid report.
Yeah, because if we keep talking about food, we're going to end the show and go upstairs and eat something.
I don't know what we have to eat. We don't have any coon or possum or anything up there right now.
Freaky said, I haven't had fish since I was a shorter brat. So you're a taller brat now?
Yeah, we used to go. Well, we'd always fish for bass, obviously. When we go, we'd know either whether it and crappie and bluegill would be Dad's favorite. I mean, we'd just get a ton of bluegill and
We're getting a
crappie, sunfish. Show the pizza.
we're getting a request to show the pizza.
Hi, Robin. All right, I guess we got a request. I guess we got to show it, huh?
Oh my gosh, here we go. We'll just show the pizza before the cryptid report. Dum, da, da, da.
We just had that a couple of weeks ago or a week ago. I can't remember. When was it? It was like a week ago.
It'd be 2 weekends this weekend because it wasn't just this last weekend. This last weekend we went and got tacos and not tacos, but tenderloins and
Oh, yeah.
portobello mushrooms and stuff.
And then along with that, we also had taco pizza from our local.
That is good too.
Looks like a frog. Looks like
I know.
Looks like the two sauces are eyes, and the taco pizza is the face and body.
And it is good. It's the same taco meat they use for their tacos, and we love their tacos. So there you go. Oh, hello, Foxy. We just had a fox and just took off.
Oh, so there's a farmer in Tiscawa, which is what, 30 minutes away, 20 some minutes away. I don't remember.
I think so. Yeah.
Anyway, he's got a wood stove for pizza oven. And I guess during the summers now, he that's what he likes to do. He's got picnic tables and all that stuff, and you can order up a wood oven pizza, and so that's kind of nice. Other than that, you'd have to go to a bigger town around us to get a wood oven pizza.
Yeah, and our taco pizza don't have chips and stuff on top.
It doesn't have corn chips or anything in it. It's just the ingredients you'd normally get on a regular taco.
Hey, Clay snuck in?
Clay.
Where did he?
Clay?
Here he is. Hi, Clay. You snuck in here.
All right. You guys keep talking pizza and whatever, and I'll go ahead and read a cryptid report.
Pizza and cryptids.
So this one is May. Well, I was going to start with the other one, wasn't I? I'll start with this one. This is one of the newer ones. This is May 9th, 1830. So it says St. Helena Island, which measures 10 miles by 5 miles, is one of the most remote places on Earth. It rests in the South Atlantic Ocean, 1,200 miles or 2,000 kilometers from the nearest landmass. In fact, it's considered so remote that Napoleon Bonaparte was exiled there in 1815 after he was defeated by the British at the Battle of Waterloo. Because it was one of the places that was thought he could never escape. It was a perfect place to hide from the world, maybe even for a sea serpent.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Let's see if we can get this up there.
Dwarf said that's what I'm going to name the farm, Creepy Acres.
There you go, Creepy Acres. That's a good name for a farm.
Creepy Acres.
All right.
Wow. Looks like he's going fast.
Yeah, looks like he's faster than the ship.
Yeah.
So it says, once again, May 9th, 1830, 5 p.m., South Atlantic Ocean, as Rob Roy, a British naval ship, near St. Helena, one of the most remote islands in the world. The ship's captain, James Stockdale, and several crewmen also on deck hear a scuffling noise coming from the direction of the port bow. There in the water, they spot something swimming that they describe as a great big sea snake. The serpent's head juts up to 6 feet above the surface, and a 2 feet fin rests between its shoulders. Stockdale would add that it was kind of a nasty fish smell. He also states that the creature's head was square with our topsail, and his tail was square with the foremast, and would make the beast's length 129 feet. Wow, that's pretty long.
Man.
Stockdale officially files a report with the Royal Navy, therefore making it part of the National Archives in Kew, West London, where it remains. Kind of looks like it has a turtle.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's got a little
turtle snout right there.
Turtle.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. So there you go. May 9th, 1830.
1930.
1830.
1830. Wow. That might be one of the oldest ones we've had.
I don't know. I need to go through them and see what's the oldest one, and we'll keep track.
Yeah. Wow. That was an interesting one.
So this one was sighted in May 12th, 1964. So we're a little closer. 1 year after I was born.
It's 3 after I was born.
Well, actually, several months after I was born, since I was born in late 63, but this is May 1964.
Yeah, you were just a few months old.
But this starts out, sighting was in 64, but it starts out, the article says, in the 1800s, American newspapers were filled with countless stories of sea serpents and bizarre aquatic beasts. So there you go. If you want to look up
aquatic beasts.
Yeah, so if you want to look up weird stuff, try to find some old copies online or whatever of the 1800s American newspapers, and you might find some cool stories. These tales were no more prevalent than in the New England area. What makes this particular story so unique is that it happened in a modern area in 1964, a mere 5 years before NASA landed men on the moon. It seems strange that the men were still reporting seeing sea monsters while rockets were carrying men into orbit. But then again, it has been stated that we know more about the surface of the moon than we do about what lies in the depths of our oceans. Could creatures long thought extinct be lurking there, or is it just another big fish tail?
Fish tail.
Fish tail.
Ew.
So this guy looks like a cross between a dinosaur and a
alligator
shark or something.
Almost like an alligator crocodile shape. Wow.
He's got like weird looking fins or arms or whatever that's supposed to be.
And almost like a bony, spiny back.
Yeah.
And Tahoe Tessie. They're talking about Champ and Tahoe Tessie and
Oh yeah.
Ogo Pogo.
I got a list of all the lake monsters for the U.S. somewhere around here and they all have the same. They all kind of rhyme, after Nessie, and they got copycats trying to think of a good name or what, but yeah, it almost looks like a shark, alligator, dinosaur kind of mixture. I don't know.
Freaky says it's got chicken wings.
Chicken wings, yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good eating, wouldn't it?
A dino cousin. Yeah, that's a combination of a few
everything.
It looks like a thing on Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah. So this says 12th of May, 1964, while off the coast of Nantucket, Massachusetts, 30 miles south of Round Shoal Bayou or Boy. The crew of the ship Blue Sea spots a 50-foot long black creature with several humps on its back. Well, they don't show several humps on this, though. At least I don't think. I don't know. with several humps on his back, moving through the waters at about 9 miles per hour. Suddenly, a jet of water spouts from a blowhole in the beast's head. It's got a blowhole in its head. That's like a whale if it has a
Yeah.
if it has a blowhole.
Right. Oh, there it. Whoa.
I don't know if that's what.
Look at those eyes.
Yeah, those are cool eyes. Look at that.
And welcome in. I hope I say this right. Shite. I hope I'm saying that right. Little Egypt is in the United States, and then it's in southern Illinois. We'll get to that after the cryptid report. So yes, we do have a little Egypt and Cairo and things like that in southern Illinois. And I hope I said your name right.
So this says that where am I at? Jets of water spouts from a blowhole in the beast's head. The men assume that the creature to be merely a whale, but then soon realize their error when their ship approaches it, and then they see that its head resembles a massive alligator. Suddenly, the monstrous thing submerges and vanishes. Just 9 days later, on May 21st, the beast reappears, this time 55 miles southwest or southeast of Round Shoal Buoy, where it's seen by Captain Albert Pike and the crew of the fishing trawler, the Friendship. Its tail had a dorsal fin and resembles a whale's. While the description may seem ridiculous, it matches almost exactly that of the extinct predatory Basilosaurus, an ancestor of modern whales.
Shite said he's from New Zealand.
Oh, nice.
Is NZ New Zealand? I take it?
I think so.
Okay, well, welcome in.
So there's your last report for today for Creepy History. And this is brought to us by Creepy Acres.
Awesome. Yes, I was correct. New Zealand.
Nice.
Awesome. So I take it it's tomorrow there, right?
Tomorrow.
Isn't it down there by Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's tomorrow. We have a water monster here in Georgia named something like Alamohaha. I think I've heard Jessica talk about that. Interesting. That was good. So now we got Egypt stuff.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit about Egypt here.
Since you said you got tons of pictures and stuff.
Well, I got tons of pictures from the Bible that I scanned today. So I don't know if we'll get to that or not, but I got the animals and the trees mentioned in the Bible.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even get to all the nice artwork that was of each Bible section, chapter that they were talking about, whether it's about Moses or Noah. They got all kinds of nice lithographs in the Bible, but I just barely got through the front and had 100 pictures. Didn't even get to the Bible part itself, because it's a Bible and a dictionary together.
Daryl said we're talking to the future, and Jackie says he gets to take a trip back in time.
Back in time, yeah.
Oh, he said he loves Egypt talk. Or no, Dragon said that. Sorry. Man, the chat's going by so fast.
Well, it's not so much Egypt as far. I mean, it is. We're talking about Little Egypt in Illinois, but we're going to be talking about some stuff in and around Chicago, and I'll bring up some stuff around St. Louis. So we're going to be talking about Chicago right at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's what we've talked about this stuff before, and what I found the other day was all about Chicago. Stuff in and around Chicago anyway.
Yeah, Red, we talked about that. Oh, shoot. When did we talk about the pyramids and the pillars going down? About 3-4 weeks ago, maybe?
Yeah, we did a show on that.
Go back on our playlist. It was one of the Night Owl Lounge that we were talking about, the pyramids and all the columns and the chambers and stuff. It's Thursday here. Do you want lottery numbers?
Yeah, I actually would.
But we don't play the lottery. That's funny.
If we had the numbers, we'd play it.
And the Sphinx supposedly has chambers under it also.
So as you see, you have the Missouri, you have Missouri, you have the Mississippi River, you have the Ohio River all coming together right down just past southern Illinois. And here's all the counties in southern Illinois, all the way from Effingham, Vandalia, all the way down to Metropolis, where, by the way, we did a show where I showed the giant Superman statue in the middle of their metropolis, their town there. Because in the comic books, that's where Superman, other than the planet, Superman lived in Metropolis. So that's why they have a big statue. Anyway.
Well,
so
man,
down, huh?
Blazer came in.
All right, Blazer.
I'm in denial.
The denial.
Yes, this chat has a sense of humor, especially since Blazer just came in. Oh my goodness.
Yep, just try to keep it clean.
Yeah.
So we don't get in trouble. Other than that, be nice and kind to everybody in chat. But other than that, you can have fun.
Blazer must
hopefully you follow along and stay on subject with us, even though maybe you're not interested in what we talk about. But it's kind of fascinating, I think, especially all the Egyptian artifacts. And I mean, they found stuff in Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois. I mean, you name the state, there's probably some kind of artifact or hieroglyph they can't explain or they try to hide from us.
And the Grand Canyon.
Definitely the Grand Canyon.
The humor train has been ramped up all night. It started out funny with the cats running all over the place upstairs.
Yeah.
Hey, Joanne, welcome in.
So this is a map of lower.
And Bounty Bear. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you, but I want to say hi to people. Bounty Bear came in.
So this is the counties and towns of southern Illinois is considered Little Egypt. And whether that's because of the resources and lands, it's a lot of water sources, a lot of reeds, a lot of bogs, all that stuff that maybe you would find in Egypt, if you look at the Nile. But also all these communities down here, especially southern Illinois and into Missouri and all these other places have the mound builders. So whether it's connected to them or not, I don't know, but I'm assuming. So we have Cahokia down in southern Illinois by Alton, Illinois. Then this is another map, and this is probably going to be a completely different show.
Oh, wow. Where'd you find that? Old Testament map. Egypt.
That's the Old Testament map if it was on top of the United States. So believe it or not, where we are at, Chicago, this area, just below the Great Lakes is considered Babylon. And then Egypt is down further, but it could reach up as far as southern Illinois. But
well, I keep saying Mississippi is not the Niles.
And then you have Israel over on the West Coast, and I have some maps and some people that I've been following that talk about certain things in the West Coast from the mountains all the way over to the West Coast that you could have Israel, and it matches up.
Wow.
And if you notice right here on the old maps of California, this is called the Red Sea. On a lot of old maps.
Yeah, a lot of the old maps. California was like an island. Yeah.
So that was called the Red Sea. So that kind of lines up with Israel and Egypt and
Yeah, I've heard that a few times about Israel and Egypt being over here because we've got the mountains. There is no high mountains over in the Israel that we know of today, except like what Mount Hermon, I think is the
Right.
highest, and all the other ones are like hills, and we are the ones that have the high mountains, and so there's a lot of
So
possibility.
you would have Egypt in place to head to the Grand Canyon to find Egyptian artifacts and all that good stuff. And you would also have Death Valley, the big desert that the Israelites could have wandered around in.
Oh yeah.
So it kind of fits.
Hmm.
So I mean, you gotta take it with a grain of salt and kind of have imagination. I'm not saying that this is completely true or anything, but there's a lot of stuff that does line up.
I'm just to the point, if they've lied to us about so many things, I think they've lied to us about everything. So anything could be a possibility with all the lies we've been told and the cover-ups, hidden histories.
So if
Wow.
anybody followed the eclipses last year or 2 years ago, whenever it was, when it made the X
Yeah,
in
last year.
southern Illinois, and it was Cairo, Illinois, and if you followed the eclipse lines, there was all kinds of Cairos, all kinds of
Nineveh.
towns and stuff mentioned. Well, here in Chicago, this, believe it or not, is BB's story. I think it's BB's storage place. Now, why would a storage place
Storage place.
have Egyptian symbols and stuff on the outside? I never thought about that. I could have screen captured.
Wow. I agree,
See what
Jackie.
that said.
Anything is possible, especially with all the old world stuff we're discovering and figuring out.
But if you look up, I can't remember if I have it on this tablet or not. I probably don't.
Oh, Dwarf wondered if that's a Masonic lodge also.
It could have been. Maybe it was
Oh,
a Masonic lodge, but that's what I'm getting to here in a little
wow.
bit. It could have been a Masonic lodge originally.
Wow. Yeah, for just a basic storage place. No, that's interesting. Well, that's a good find.
Oh, it goes further than that. I mean, even down south in Illinois. This is up by Chicago.
Oh, Dwarf said at the address at the end is 33 at the end.
Oh, there you go. So maybe
Yeah,
it
there
is
is
Masonic.
33, but it looks like a dash 33.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
interesting.
probably is a Masonic lodge. So this is a close up of the statue or the.
Blazer said there's a horn on the door for a toot and come in. Yeah, that's
There's a
intense.
horn on the door.
Wow.
Hmm.
I bet that was a bigger door and they looked like they put a
Probably.
smaller door frame and stuff on it.
So this is at the top.
Oh my. And it's still there or did they tear it down?
No, it's still there.
Okay.
And this is the Pyramid Mausoleum at Grace. I think it's Graceland,
Oh,
Graceville in Chicago over there on.
oh wow.
I think it's the north side of Chicago.
Welcome in,
One
Zamek.
of the famous haunted graveyards.
Oh.
And this is one of the doorways inside the Masonic Lodge. You guys are saying this is from the storage place. That other picture got mixed up, so I'll have to go back to it.
That was definitely something else before a storage place.
So this is Graceland's cemetery, which is haunted, which has lots of creepy stuff. So this is somebody's idea why they put that in the cemetery or why that's their mausoleum, but that's where they're resting.
Wow.
So that's the name of the family, Schoenhofen.
Dragons
So
that they
there's
have
all
those in
kinds
Detroit
of Egyptian inscriptions and all kinds of stuff on this thing.
and dragons that they have them in Detroit cemeteries too.
Wow.
Oh wow. I bet that's old. Wow.
Oh, Robin says that my cousin has been a Mason for 50 years and traced his lineage back to the Egypt.
Oh my.
So there's a head-on view of the statue. It has a
Oh,
man's face, so it's kind of like a sphinx, but it has a man's face. I'm assuming maybe it's one of the male members or one of the patriarchs of the family. I don't know.
the green could be, what is it they're saying in the old world buildings? If it was green, they were copper.
Yeah, copper.
Yeah, so it could have been copper. That's why it's green. Because I've heard that with the old world building stuff.
So this is somebody's house
What?
up by Chicago. So the pyramid is actually the big pyramid is actually their house.
Oh, wow.
This is a statue or plaster Paris or however they made it. This is actually right out front of their house. Some rich dude. I don't know where he made his money at, but
Man, that's a big statue. Oh my gosh.
so
He
this
went
is
way
this is actually called the Pyramid House. I wish Gone Girl was in here, so maybe she's been there.
Wow.
So that's what it actually looks like.
Oh my gosh. I can imagine what the inside looks like.
So there's the big statue out front, and they got like a river, like a Nile moat kind of thing out front, and the inside. Then I don't think I have many pictures of the inside.
That's
I kind of
crazy.
ran out of time today, but the inside is
Whoa.
the inside has a lot of not necessarily. I'm assuming artifacts, but it could be all fake. I don't know.
I was gonna say, is that their bed?
Yeah,
Robin pointed out Black Pyramid.
Black Pyramid. There you go.
Yeah, Bounty Bear was wondering what the measurements were.
And it has like a gold. I'm sure it's online. I didn't look up that stuff. I was just in a hurry getting the Bible stuff done and these little Egypt pictures done and Creepy Acres done. I kind of ran out of time today.
I bet it does go underground too.
Well, in Chicago, Illinois, we can have basements, so obviously.
Blazer said there's a huge one in Oregon too by Damascus. It's an Anubis statue at the gate. I hope I said that right.
So this is like supposedly a well that has like mineral water.
Oh wow.
So they filter it. Now, I don't know if they necessarily filter it, but I think that's what that is. I think that's for the water that's pumped for the house comes out of this well, and it's mineral water.
So if it's roped off, do they have tours?
Probably. So here's what we're getting to.
Oh my! I didn't read.
This is what drew my attention today or yesterday. Whenever I found this.
Huh. Oh my.
This is called the Intercontinental Hotel. But before that, it was the Bohemian Sports Club, which was a Masonic Masonic lodge that wanted to have their own gym. So they built this. But today it's called the Intercontinental Hotel, which if anybody's ever watched John Wick, they know the Continental Hotel and story behind that. I'm not saying they're one and the same, but this seems kind of strange that a lodge and a secret society would have their own building like this.
Dwarf said he bets it's haunted. Welcome in, Pocket Watch.
I'm sure it is. So there's another view.
Big egg on top.
Yeah. And that's pretty if you look at the Dome of the Rock and all that stuff around that area, domes and egg-shaped things are pretty prevalent. And if we start getting into it, we start going to see these hieroglyphs and stuff that's on the side of the buildings. Which brings us to the Egyptian tie-in of Little Egypt and Illinois.
Wow. What is?
I got a better picture.
Oh, okay.
I'm just showing the outside of the building.
Wow.
So they've got cars around the main windows. Certain windows have
It does, Blazer. You said it looks like the Ghostbuster building.
Yeah, it does kind of look like it, but that's in New York, though. But yeah, it does look like it. Maybe they took some shots of this building during the film, but
wow, it does. Oh, look at the details. Oh.
Now this reminds me of the animals that we would see in Stargate, the movie, where the aliens had this armor that would come on and cover.
Oh yeah.
So that looks like this horse or cow or whatever it is. I'm assuming it's supposed to be a cow face or a bull. Looks like it has armor, or I don't know. You guys decide. That's what it looks like to me. But then you have all kinds of flowers and whatever that's supposed to be Egypt.
I think that's my favorite part of some of these old world buildings is all the details.
So there's the three guys, or they're Sumerians actually, that are on the side of the building way up. So why is there three of them? And this is like a sword.
Makes me wonder if they look the same.
They look pretty close to being the same exact thing, but there's three of them.
Lay down, Keisha.
So that was that picture. I'll go back. That's them right here. Way up there for whatever reason. Why they're way
they are way up there. Whoa. Lay down.
But they're supposed to be there's a medallion carved in.
Oh.
Hieroglyphs carved into the side. So that's those guys, Sumerians, and I don't know why they're there or what they represent.
Start digging down another rabbit hole.
Yeah.
There's got to be a reason for the three.
So this is the relief for the I call it hieroglyphs. So you got guys blowing trumpets. You got whatever this guy is supposed to represent.
Looks like a didgeridoo.
Then you got your horses. There's another one of those eagles or birds. I don't know what this little guy here is.
Oh my. With a large feather. An extremely large feather. Or is that a palm branch?
I don't know. Yeah, freaky. I think it's on two sides. I don't know. It could be on all four sides. I only saw two sides, and I don't know if both hieroglyphs are the same. I just got good pictures of this one. So, but they could be both the same. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to see all the way around it. Wow.
So this looks like a female. Then another figure beside, like they're marching because there's two flames and two sets of hands. So I'm assuming one's on each side of this horse.
Oh, interesting.
So here's a second part of that. Another horse behind them. They're wearing sandals, or looks like sandals to me. And if you notice, these people are taller than the horse.
Giants. Old world giants.
And I'm not sure what these symbols, I guess you'd have to look it up and look it up in hieroglyphs or see if they actually mean something.
Oh, that'd be interesting. We can find out.
They're all the way at the top, all the way through.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
there's a snake and there's a key or whatever it is. And if you watched, like I said, the movie Stargate, this pyramid and sun or whatever on top means Earth. And it usually on Stargate, they had two people kneeling beside each side of that. But I don't know. You have to look it up. I haven't done it yet because I just found it. So
yeah, because Dragon said, I have heard those medallions represented stargates and jump rooms. Seen it on Jessica's episode.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting.
So there's the two people we were just talking about, and some of the there's like a bird or a falcon or whatever they would have it. So and then you got this person floating up above with wings,
With a
incense or a fire or
plate full of something. How do they carve in the stone so perfectly also? That just amazes me. Wow. What's coming out? Go back a little. What's that coming out of? Where were you?
I'm right here where the person
Right there. What's coming out of the animal's chest or that? You know,
oh, they both
or something.
had it. They might be pulling, or maybe that's what's linking two horses together, keeping them together in step.
That might be.
Or maybe the horses are tied together somehow.
Look how big the feet are.
Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. That one guy towards the left almost looks like
Night, Red Trip.
The Olympics flame.
Red Tip's got to get some rest.
Good night, Red. Thanks for
I know that's the problem with us doing it so late and staying up late that a lot of people got to get up the next day, and
especially if they're in the eastern part of the states. It's later.
Well, maybe you can come back and catch the replay, or I'm sure we'll be talking about it again. And
interdimensional beings, wings represent higher realms.
So there's the next panel. So you obviously have, this is the end of it. You obviously have these Egyptian looking haircuts and no shirt, and they got like the skirt, not skirt, but whatever Egyptians call that they tunic or whatever around there. And then you have like, to me, this looks like a Sumerian god.
Wow.
And definitely the lion. I thought I had the whole lion, but maybe I don't have the whole lion. I must not have caught them all. So this is like a lion with wings, and that's Sumerian. And so some kind of parade. And I don't know if maybe the other hieroglyph shows something different or more to the story. Because it talks about, in one of the articles I read, it talks about them taking a white bull for sacrifice to the altar. So I don't know if that's what this is, but if you notice, these guys they got their hands like they're holding up whatever this is. I mean, there's three circles, one above each one of them. But other than that, I didn't see any detail or carving or nothing above them. So whatever that platform or whatever they're holding up, or why they're holding something up.
And they always have very large muscular legs. You know, their legs are always very muscular also in one of those.
So if I can find good pictures of the other side of the buildings and see see if there's more to the story, or maybe this is the beginning of the story of the parade marching to the altar or something. I don't know.
Freaky said they didn't think he called them parades back then. They're called processions.
Processions, yeah. I don't know. I do not know. So there's the top with the egg and
dome. Oh, the details.
So here's some winged looking things again coming out of the sides of the building. And
like Dwarf said, Donkey Incorporated did this. I like to know the year they claimed it was built.
I had that, and I can't remember. It was 1800s or something.
Oh, of course. Say always back then.
But then it had a founded and a built date or open date or whatever, just like all the other buildings do.
I was going to say it probably says founded instead of built.
So there's a closer picture. So if you look at the stone, that's reminiscent of all the old world or Tartarian looking bricks that we usually talk about. And
you're right, Dwarf. Built in 2 years.
Yeah.
Back in the Donkey Incorporated days when they were fighting off cowboys and Indians.
Here's one of the rooms, or one of the
that's the inside
walls on the inside of this building. And
oh my gosh.
I don't know who this god is or whatever this is supposed to portray. But obviously there's a lot of gold inlay, and to me, this looks like an altar.
Good night, Pocket Watch. Thank you for stopping in. You can
good night, Pocket Watch.
Well, you can watch the replay.
Yeah, we might have to make a couple different shows on this stuff.
Even
I got other buildings and other stuff. I don't think we to get to the Bible pictures, we'll probably be up way late.
The carvings on the pillars.
I don't know what this all.
Wow, I wonder what kind of God that is, like you said. Oh my
God. All watchers, all something, all.
Old English writing.
Huh.
Oh, I wish I knew what that said. Yeah.
ALL.
Wow.
I don't know what I don't know if there's anything in the tile or not, but it's obviously a fountain. I think there's water or something coming down, and it goes into this basin. So I don't know if it's supposed to be holy water or if it's supposed to be some other kind of thing.
Oh.
So here's another room that has gorgeous woodwork and stained glass windows and this chandelier. I'm assuming wasn't electric at the time. It was probably candles. And I didn't get a chance to scan in or look closely at the panels to see if there was anything weird in all these. Looks like there's some horses and animals in there.
Yeah, even the details of stained glass just would take a long time.
Well, even the carvings. Look at the carvings around the windows and.
Oh my gosh.
The pillars.
Red Mercury. Dragon said the crown could represent the jesters.
Maybe. So that would lead us towards the Nephilim.
Not necessarily. There's the Masons, and then the higher up there is the Shriners, and higher up on that there's a higher level, and they're called the Jesters.
All right. Well.
So that could be represented towards the Masons.
And they could have, if they're a Masons club, or that's what this building was originally built for, was like they had money and wanted to build a gym or a sports club. Maybe the different sects of the Masons had their own special section in this building where only they could go in and not all Masons could.
And Freaky, we have talked about that, putting the sand on speakers.
Yeah.
And the sound on making this shape. And a lot of these old cathedrals and places are so geometrically shaped and what psionic or not psionic, what do you call it?
Schematics.
Schematics, yeah.
Schematics. So here's the formal dining area.
Oh, holy cow.
Awful lot of candles or lit stuff on the wall and tables all over. And there's a higher table at the back of the room. And then you got the other tables going around the side of the room.
Man, it's so fancy.
So I don't know if this was necessarily for dining or for entertainment also, because I'm assuming this big floor is open in the middle for
entertainment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But obviously you would have the leaders, just like a wedding party. You would have the head table or the speakers or the main guys up here than everybody else. And they're all facing, they're not facing each other, or like the tables aren't lined up that way. So it's kind of weird.
Doris says, can you pass the Grey Poupon, please?
Here's their swimming pool.
Oh, come on.
And it's not on the lower levels. You would think, they'd have water in the lower levels. No, this is up in the middle of the building. They also have a miniature golf course on one of the floors up there. So you can go up there and play miniature golf, a whole round of miniature golf on one of the floors.
Dragon said, you think they got turtle stew in that fancy buffet?
Oh.
Robin says the dining room looks like Harry Potter and the dining halls and the
candle. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
I mean, even up here on the ceilings, it looks like it's
ornate
all the way around. Yeah. All the way around. Whoops, went too far. All the way around the outside is ornate and carvings, whatever they have on them. I mean, like I said, it's hard to find pictures sometimes, so I kind of dug deep to find these pictures.
And no one can explain how they built all this back in the 1800s, all that fancy.
So I don't know if the swimming pool, what kind of tile.
What's in the middle? Zoom in.
I'll get there. So that's another water fountain or something. Okay. And it has like a lion's head, and there's a clock there. They got a
clock.
That's for swimming laps, swim time or something, I guess. I don't know. But
hey, welcome in, Dan. Good morning. It's 5:30 a.m. in England.
Hey, Dan.
Wow.
So I didn't get a good picture. I think there was a picture of these mosaic or these tiles, so I'll have to look closer at those, see if there's anything in them.
Wow.
So that's their swimming area. This is the statue. For some reason, I didn't get it. Why or who, or a lot of gold, a lot of lighting. Now we're downtown at one of the old, and this is called the Egyptian Theater. This is in Chicago. So there you go, 135 North 2nd Street.
I had no idea Chicago had so much like this. Wow.
Oh, I mean, St. Louis has it. I mean, you can find it. Just everywhere. You just got to look. I've heard of the Egyptian Theater and never really thought much about it until I started seeing these buildings, and then put Little Egypt down south along with it. And
well, a lot of this we did overlook and just didn't think anything of it.
So this is a relief on the inside of all the pillars going around the building. Has these Egyptian heads in the theater.
Dwarf said they got one in Hollywood. Heard it's all haunted. This place probably is haunted too.
Probably.
Wow. Man, they had everything in that building.
This is the theater, though. This isn't with that. This is with with that.
That's right.
Bohemian building. Or not Bohemian. What did I say it was?
Yeah, it's a different building.
Medina Sports Club. And there's a Medina, Illinois also that's really rich and famous and has a lot of Masons and stuff in it. And they have their own golf course. It's actually a PGA course that they play on for the tournaments and tour. And there's a lot of Egyptian stuff there too, but I haven't got that far yet into my rabbit hole.
Hey, you're right, Freak. It does seem like most theaters are haunted.
So here you go. You got it. You got the outside again of the building, and it's got tiles and reliefs and stuff on. Of course, that's a night picture, so it's hard to tell. Then here's a restaurant there right outside Chicago with the Egyptian on the outside of it. Or actually, I think that's a side view of the theater. That's just the restaurant's not part of it. So that's the side view.
Okay.
That's the side view of the Egyptian theater, I believe. Now that I'm looking at it.
Built in 2 years.
So here's the part I was going to show everybody, and I didn't get it put in the right place. But it says the Intercontinental Chicago was built in 1929 by the Shriners Organization, the Medina Athletic Club. The exotic gold dome originated as part of the decorative docking port for dirigibles, like before the Hindenburg. So if you look at this picture, there's the building, and there's the dirigible, and it would dock here. And there's people out these little windows of this egg shaped, and there's people on this balcony and up here too.
Airships is a good rabbit hole.
So that airship would dock on this Mason's Sportings Club. So then you gotta wonder about free energy, and if it's docking to charge up its energy source and traveling people back and forth. And like they talked about the portal symbols, is this a portal place? And
wow.
So this would be before the Hindenburg accident, that this dirigible would be in Chicago. That's weird. I look at that and almost looks like a skull.
Yeah.
Dark eye, nose, mouth. I did not notice that. It's supposed to be a window like these, but if you look at it the right way, it kind of looks like a skull.
I agree, Dan.
So it says, before the Hindenburg disaster changed the country's mind about the future of travel by blimp, and docking structures was never used. Years later, the building would lose several feet with the dismantling of the ornamental canopy of the small turret north of the dome. So that would be this black part. But there's still part of it there, because on the picture I showed the bottom part. But I guess the very top part is gone. So that's probably maybe where they got the free energy from, maybe.
Probably.
So it says it has inside the dome a glass cupola and spiral iron staircase resembling the top of the lighthouse led down to the hotel's upper elevator landing. So here's where it talks about beneath the tower, 23rd floor miniature golf course, complete with water hazards, wandering brook, shooting range, billiards hall, running track, gymnasium, archery, bowling alleys, 2-story boxing arena, junior Olympic size swimming pool. We saw the swimming pool. Then a ballroom, corporate meeting rooms, 440 guest rooms, which are available for exclusive use of the club's 3,500 members and their guests.
Pretty fancy back in the 1800s for a hotel.
Yeah.
Man, I thought we had saloons and casinos. And
can you imagine having a miniature golf course inside on a floor that has
that's crazy
water hazards, wandering brook? Then they had their own shooting range and billiards hall. I mean, basically they had everything in this building.
Blazer said 440 guest rooms. Interesting number.
Oh yeah.
Clown world.
3,500 members.
Back in the 1800s. And the population was that big back then, huh?
I guess.
Sounds like fun. Where's the teepees?
So that's all the pictures for that. But then
Wow.
I was going to bring up
Yeah, amazing work done by Horse and Buggy. They lied so much. I agree, Claudette.
I got to find the right folder to bring up the St. Louis stuff that one day that I found. I need to put all this stuff in one area.
There's tons of airships back then, and I think the Hindenburg disaster, they said, oh, no more, we can't do this, and they're just covering up all the old past airships. There was tons of them, dockings all over. There's all kinds of pictures. They had all kinds of airships back then.
Somewhere I got the newspaper article in history on airships where they talked about in the 1800s all these silver airships came across the U.S. and they thought it was like an alien invasion. Now, where did they come from? Because people obviously didn't know what they were, other than they thought they were balloons or airships or dirigibles, you know. But so that's what I have so far as
that was good. Those are some
the
good
building that I found, or the couple things I found in Chicago, and I'm sure there's more. I'm just trying to figure out what
if I ever plan a 3-hour trip, I'd rather go to St. Louis 3 hours and Chicago 3 hours.
Yeah.
Don't like driving around Chicago. I don't think the truth will ever come out, Claudette. Well, I think the truth is out. You know, a lot of us are seeing it, and the community is very large with the old world and Tartaria and all this. And I think the truth is out, but we're never going to hear that from the powers that be that run the world.
I need to figure out what I did with those pictures.
They're always going to cover it up. Then they'd have to admit that they've been lying to us for probably 250 years. No, I don't want to go to Chicago. I'd rather go down south to St. Louis if we're going to drive 3 hours. Because it takes about 3 hours to get to Chicago.
Yeah, 3.5, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather go down and check out Little Egypt and Cahokia Mounds and all that stuff.
Here we go. I found the St. Louis stuff. So if you go to St. Louis, downtown St. Louis, matter of fact, this is the Civil Law Building.
Good night, Freaky. It's the what building?
Civil Law Building.
Have a good night's sleep, Freaky.
So if you look at it, it's got the same kind of deal where it's got reliefs like this is supposed to be like a griffin.
Yeah, griffins.
Then you got up on top, you got all kinds of stuff. And then this is what we're looking at.
I was just going to say that all those pillars, gee, how did they get up there that high back in those days? Those things have to be heavy and massive.
Then you got these figures kind of resembling the Intercontinental Hotel with the figures in the one cemetery that had like a guy's face on a sphinx looking thing. So here's what it looks like at the very top. And it looks like, it's obviously pyramid. It's obviously pyramid shape with the steps and, layers going up. So he's mounted up there on the very top, and then you got these little figures, whatever they are. That this image is too blurry.
Winged creature.
So here's what the top looks like, and once again, it reminds me of Stargate, where you had a person or whatever, and it has this thing and the wings and the shields, but this is to look like a sphinx. The human face, kind of like what we showed in that earlier picture in Chicago Cemetery.
How'd they get that up there?
I don't know, but there's two of them.
Wow.
I think one's supposed to be male and one's supposed to be female. So this is like an emblem, and I don't know if that's Masonic or
Almost look like down south.
huh?
Like New Orleans area. Don't they have that symbol?
Yeah, it's pretty close to that
Yeah.
symbol.
Uh-huh.
So if you look head on to this, and then you got obviously the St. Louis Arch, the gateway to the west right there. Then the other half, I think this is the male side and there's a female side, I think. I'm not positive. No, that's the other picture.
Look, it's got brown dwarf dreadlocks.
So I thought that was interesting. Not that far away from Cahokia Mound to St. Louis and then up to Chicago. And like I said, there's other buildings in Illinois and towns that are.
Like Blazer said, male and female like the two dogs in Ghostbusters.
Oh, yeah, the gatekeepers.
Oh, that's right. That's what they were called.
One was a key master, and I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Gatekeeper and key master, I think. I don't know.
Robin, she said our flock of purple martins flew it up there.
Oh. Maybe they got a lot of hummingbirds. I need to find a better picture. I think this is supposed to be like a wing.
Yeah.
Something.
It definitely has large wings.
But this one doesn't show wings like the other one. I thought I had more pictures of it, but maybe I don't. I'll need to dig into that one further too.
Part 2 next Wednesday. Yeah, I've heard some strange conspiracy theories of the Ark.
So obviously we talked about the whole United States having stuff of Egyptian artifacts and hieroglyphs. This is actually Cleopatra's Needle, which was a gift, supposedly, from Egypt that's in New York Central Park.
Mm.
So this is a real photograph of them supposedly putting it up and getting it set up right. But my question is, if we actually had an Egypt settlement, or however you want to put it, here in the U.S., and if Egypt and Israel and all that was there, was that brought over from the Egypt that we think about, or was it already here?
I bet it was already here. They're either taking the gold off or something.
This is Cleopatra's Needle in New York Central Park. And there's actually another one in the UK, which is its sister. It's another, I don't know if it's Cleopatra's Needle 1 and 2 or how they designate the two, but we got one and the UK got one. So somebody that lives in the UK or Europe can start looking up Egyptian stuff. Because I know for a fact that they used to have Egyptian mummies in the late 1700s, early 1800s. It was rich people, society people would go to Egypt supposedly, and they'd bring back artifacts. Egypt did not protect their artifacts. They'd let you take whatever you wanted, especially if you had money. And so people would bring back sarcophaguses with mummies in them and statues and hieroglyph stones and stuff and bring it back. And a rich family would have it in their parlor, and they would have a big party and invite guests over to come look at the mummy and come look at the artifacts, and they'd have Egyptian style parties. So,
and welcome in Fire, Water, and Michelle. We got 2 people that popped in.
All right.
Dan says London holds many secrets, lots of dragon stuff.
So there's another picture of the Cleopatra's Needle.
Private collection.
So there's actually three obelisks in New York. This one definitely is Egyptian. Another one's at a Masonic lodge down the road from Central Park.
Imagine that.
Then there's another one. I can't remember what the name of it is. Now we're getting into the other stuff. So I need to put these pictures back into a different folder. since we're talking about Egyptian stuff.
Wow.
So that's what I have for Little Egypt.
Wow, that was good. Little Egypt.
So you guys can do your own digging or figure out. And there's like I said, there's people on social media that's taking pictures of places in California and the West Coast that supposedly line up with the Bible and events that happen in the Bible. And also showing on maps certain things that's happened. Going all the way through to the Grand Canyon and all the way to the Missouri Valley, which we were just talking about, Little Egypt and St. Louis. So it makes you wonder, is that why we have all the Cairos and all the names of all of our cities all the way from the West Coast all the way across the U.S.?
Dan said the queen was buried under the flag of a dragon. Look it up.
Well, their family crest has a dragon on it, I believe. Lizard people.
Dragon said, I want to jump in my car and go do a tour.
So we recently had Mark Ollie on, and we were talking about giants and angels, and we got off subject and talking, and he brought up the book about American BC, and I started looking up that, and I need to upload those pictures, but that'll be part of another show. Whether we do it on the Cryptus Hunter someday about Egypt again and the Grand Canyon and bring this up, but Indians, Native Americans, knew hieroglyphs or could read hieroglyphs that were found in the U.S.
Hi, Lori. Sorry, I saw Lori pop in.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Lori.
Welcome in, Lori.
And so the hieroglyphs that the Native Americans used, that the French priests or, the Catholic priest that came over here and was helping out with the natives, and all this. But this was pre-time that they would be able to know what hieroglyphs were. So these hieroglyphs were here before the French priests were. So the Native Americans already had these symbols and stuff. So this became a way of the Native Americans and the French priests to communicate with each other by drawing the hieroglyphs and signs and writing them. But there was actually carved ones on caves and walls and stuff. And if you put them side by side, and this book shows it, if you put them side by side between Native American hieroglyphs, Egyptian hieroglyphs, and then I think they had a couple other sections over there in the Middle East that use hieroglyphs. And all the symbols are just a little bit different, but all the main parts and curves and symbols are all the same. So how did Native Americans, before the priests or teachers or whatever come over to try to communicate with them and talk to them, how did the Native Americans learn hieroglyphs or Egyptian culture before travelers? That is the question.
And that knowledge is probably gone. Wow. Yep. Blazers, that was a good one. My one regret is that I rocked down the Electric Avenue, but I didn't take it higher. Yeah, an advanced civilization was wiped out. Universal light language. Ah, that's interesting, Robin.
Well, let me find another picture somewhere. Let me get to it. See if I can find what folder it's in. I'm getting so many folders and so many pictures. I'm having a hard time keeping track of everything.
You're snorting like a pig. Come on, lay down.
I am not.
Lay down.
I'll be a snorter.
Lay down. Lay down. What? Thank you.
Where is it?
Descendants of Atlantis, in my opinion, and per the Casey's readings. Man, those are some good pictures.
Where? I think I have it. I should have it. What is that?
I don't think it's me. I haven't moved. What in the world was that?
I don't know. I didn't click on anything.
Oh, that was weird. I can hear you just fine. You can hear me just fine? No, I can't hear you through my speakers.
You can't hear me?
I cannot hear you through my speakers. I'm hearing you in the other room. I can't hear you laughing or anything. Does anyone else hear him? I can't hear him.
Am I off?
Now I can barely hear you. Is there something wrong? Something went wacky with your mic. That was strange.
That was weird.
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
On your speaker, so it had to be coming from my side.
Because I can barely hear you.
All right, let me.
Oh, you're getting louder. Oh, that was weird.
Let me turn my mic. How's that? Better?
About the same. It kind of got loud and then went back down.
Well, that's because it went all the way to the end where it wasn't supposed to go.
All right, it's sounding better now.
All right.
Oh, that was strange. I did not move.
I don't know what happened. All I did was click on a picture.
You still sound a little funny, but we can hear you.
All right. Well,
wow.
Sorry, everybody. I don't know what happened.
Oh, things are getting weird here. We'll blame it on StreamYard.
Let me see if I can find the right one. So in early history books, especially before the 1900s, if you can find any books, grab them and read them about history. So this tells us about mound builders and early Native Americans. So this is a the last date it was printed was 1910, U.S. history. It says the mounds, ruined cities, pottery, and other remains since found in all parts of the land concerning which the Indians could furnish no information or which showed a state of civilization far in advance of theirs, were proof that a great people had existed here in the remote past who had flourished and disappeared without leaving any trace whereby they could not be accounted for or identified. So here you have Old World.
They destroyed so much.
So even the Native Americans, so this was people that went at the time previous to 1900s and talked to as many Native American elders as they could find living at the time. So this would be the 1800s that they were doing this. And the oldest living people could not tell you who was here before them, what they were, who they were, but there was remnants of them. The Native American says when we came here, or when our people came here, there was already stuff here that we used to get our civilizations going.
Have a good day, Dan.
Yep.
He's got to get his kids up and ready for school.
All right.
Blazer said, I saged my house last week and I woke up the next morning in the front lawn. Oh, boy. Yeah, Robin said if they were telling the truth in those writings.
Telling the truth in what writings?
The writings you just read.
Oh,
Well, look at all like the insane asylums. All those who wouldn't go along with the narrative, they either put them in insane asylums or they killed the Indians or they didn't want anyone telling the truth. Ooh, getting into the Bible stuff.
well, this is no, this isn't the Bible stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Tartaria right now because I brought up Old
Oh,
World
okay.
and the
All right.
Indians and people being here before that. But
I've heard that the Indians said the buildings were already here. So there was definitely something here before. We didn't build these buildings.
so we can, unless you want to talk about something. You said you want to do Sistine Chapel, but I don't really have anything new other than that back
And
wall.
yeah, you said there really wasn't a whole lot to go into. So
Well, other than that,
I Bible
I
picture.
got the old Bible,
Yeah.
wherever it
That's why
is.
that said the buildings were here many, many years before. They had to have. There's no way they built them with the Donkey Incorporated back in the Money days.
Yeah.
Built in 2 years, like Blazers, or like Dwarfy says. Or like they say, actually.
So here is one of the old Bibles that we have. And you can see it's in pretty rough shape. That's how we received it.
Oh, is that the one you got from work?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. I can't
So
believe
the pages are getting tattered on the ends, and the cover, the binding is starting to come apart a little bit. So I was trying to be careful today taking pictures because I promised I would.
Man, the Bibles were so big and heavy back then.
Oh, this thing is thick.
Yeah.
It's probably 8 inches thick. There are so many pictures, and of course it's a dictionary too, like I said, so you can look up any term used in the Bible.
Does it say what year this is?
I will get to it.
Ooh, okay. Sorry, I'm ahead of you.
So this isn't a very good picture. I took it quick so you can see the condition of the paper, the outside of the Bible. But these are the kind of pictures that are on the inside. This is Adam and Eve, obviously, the judgment of Adam and Eve. So there's all kinds of lithographs or hand-drawn pictures in this Bible, which have great detail, I think, for I mean, you can zoom in and zoom in. So I tried to take as good as pictures as I could. So I need to get to all these individual pictures. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be right here. What's that supposed to be?
I don't know. But why is he covering his eyes?
Because it's judgment. That's
okay.
bright
Okay.
light. They can't, they're not supposed to see or look upon God speaking or is that mountains or is that a building? Is that buildings?
It's like mountains.
Outside the Garden of Eden. Anyway, that's what the pictures look like. Some of them are better than others, but I'll try to get pictures of all those. But there's just tons and tons. So here's the inside page. It's People's Standard Edition of the Holy Bible, containing the Old and New Testament and Apocrypha writings.
The People's Standard Edition. I don't
know what the
heard of that. The People's Standard Edition.
So it says it was translated from the Hebrew and Greek and compared to the former translations. And so it also has illustrated maps, full page steel engravings. So that's where those engravings came from, an actual engraving plate to make these pictures from the originals. So as you can see down here, it says over 500 illustrations and descriptions. Embracing scriptural scenes and events from the creation to the close of the canon, represent biblical architecture, custom art, sciences, rites, coins, writings, botany, and natural history. And there's also a complete pronouncing and defining dictionary. So this came from Ziegler McCurdy, which they also have Philadelphia, PA, Cincinnati, Ohio, St. Louis, Missouri, Chicago, Illinois, and Springfield, Massachusetts as their publishers. So this was a widely published Bible. And it's kind of hard to say because this Bible was kind of, some of the pages are wrinkled because of the care it got before it got to us. But it says entered according to the Act of Congress in the year 1872 by Ziegler and McCurdy. So that's the publishers.
1872. Oh my.
So here's the order of contents. So you got literature all the way from history and inspiration of the Holy Bible. So you got the Pentateuch, you got historical books of the Old Testament, political books. So it lists all the way through.
Is it Old English writing?
No, this one
is. Okay.
This one is not.
Okay.
But we do have one somewhere that is. So this is the second page of the order of contents. And you can see here it's got the Old Testament text, the books of the Old and New Testament, chronicle index of the years and times of Adam, Christ, and all that, and the Apocrypha. It's got places in there, real nice places where you can do your marriage certificate, marriage record, record of birth, mortuary record. So they got really fine and innate like certificates you can write. If you've ever seen people write in Bibles on this stuff. So then it has maps and all kinds of stuff in it. So that's why this Bible is so thick.
Oh my gosh.
So here is the books of the Old and New Testament that's included in the Bible. So we go from Genesis all the way to Malachi. And then in the middle, you have the books called Apocrypha. And you got...
Oh, they're in there too.
Yeah, so you got Ezra, and you got Tobit, you got Judith, you got the rest of Esther, you got Wisdom, Ecclesiastes, I can't even say it, Ecclesiastes, Baruch, Epistle of Jeremiah, the Song of the Three Children. I've never heard of that.
What? I've never heard of that one. The Song of the Three Children.
The Story of Susanna. I don't know that one. I do know of the Idol, Bell, and the Dragon. That's in there. Not sure about the Prayer of the Masses, but it has 1 and 2 Maccabees in it.
Hey, Lori, are you still on chat? I know she would love this.
So then it has the book of the New Testament from Matthew all the way to Revelations.
Kind of reminds me of the Ethiopian Bible that has all the Apocryphal books still in it too.
So the only thing I'm questioning is in 1872 or before that, this Apocrypha book only has these. So some of them have 88, some of them have some of the books we're finding. So how many are original and really true Apocrypha books?
Right.
Dragon collections. Malachi always thinks of the children of the corn.
Children of the corn.
So that's the names and orders of the books that are in the Bible.
That's interesting. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
So then we go to the next up, I believe, is first part of the book is trees. So like I said, the more time I get, I will try to get good copies or good pictures of this stuff. So here's the first book of trees mentioned in the Bible.
Trees.
Yep. So I tried to take a picture of the whole page, and then I tried taking individual and crop out each tree that they were talking about. So this is Abraham's oak, and I'm not going to read. I'm not going to read all the text underneath of it. Some night maybe we will, but not tonight. It's already midnight.
Abraham's oak tree.
Abraham's oak. And then a lot of times in some of these, so it says it disappeared AD 330, and no trees now mark the grove of Marmor, Mamre. So that's a nice picture. I mean, this is a real, I mean, even though this isn't one of the engravings, oh, why doesn't that lady have a face? Or maybe she does. Just can't see it very well. So I tried to take as many high pixels as I could so we can zoom in on some of these pictures.
We need to find out if there's oak trees over in Israel.
Well, it says,
Because where's all the palm trees with all the palm branches for Palm Sunday? That's why a lot of people.
This so-called oak is no representative of the famed oak of Mamre, which was terebinth, but is a mere substitution. It is, and in a different direction from Hebron, west instead of north. So I've never heard of Abraham's oak, so that might be something we can look up.
Abraham, oh yeah, I've never heard of that.
And this is a hyssop plant, a plant growing on a slender stem, free from thorns and spreading branches, ending in a cluster of heads, having a pleasant aromatic odor, growing on the walls in Palestine. It is often mentioned in Scripture, Exodus, and I believe that would be Exodus 10, so that would be 10, 9, 8, 20, verse 22, I guess. Or chapter, maybe it's chapter, I don't know. But this is a hyssop. So that's how they drew it.
Current day, they call them weeds.
That's a weird pop. So can you guys hear me any better, or am I still the same?
Yeah, you sound good now. Where'd the pop come from? I thought it was your chair.
No, it was a ceiling or a wall or something popped. I don't know. Maybe they don't like us talking about the Bible.
Too bad. We're going to talk about the Bible.
So here is the hand-etched, drawn hyssop.
Oh, Zemek had his hyssop is nice. I had one in my garden. His hyssop.
And they even show the root system. Yeah, hyssop. At least that's how I pronounce it. Or hyssop. Hyssop.
Yeah, they're hearing you fine too. So yeah,
all right, good.
We just had a weird bloop.
Then if anybody's watched Harry Potter, they know of this plant, the mandrake. And evidently it's in the Bible.
Well, that's the one that you pull and it screams or whatever. Because I didn't watch those movies. But I did hear about the screaming plant. So they actually scream when you pull them?
I don't know biblically if that's what they say or anything.
Or
that's what they say in Harry Potter or in magic or whatever. So the mandrakes is now called Atropia mandragonor. I don't know if I'm butchering or not. The odor or flavor of this plant is a matter of opinion, so it must not be very, very good. They have a delightful smell, and the taste is agreeable, though not to everybody. Orientals especially value strong-smelling things, and more delicate senses are unpleasing. The fruit was ripe at the time of wheat harvest. The leaves are dark green, the flowers white, the veins are purple, the fruit orange, and the size of nutmegs. So that's weird. It has dark green leaves. The flowers are white. The veins are purple. And the fruit is orange. The root was anciently supposed to have animal life. So maybe that's why they say they scream.
Animal life.
Yeah, so the root was
Wonder if there's any left around.
anciently supposed to have animal life. So I don't know if that means they were alive or
Wonder if they're still around.
I don't know.
Bounty Bear asked, wasn't that the hallucination plant?
Yeah, I think so. So here we have Egyptian wheat is the next up.
Egyptian wheat.
I know they had wheat and barley.
Mm-hmm.
So here we got Egyptian wheat was celebrated in ancient times for its wheat. Syria and Palestine produced wheat in a fine quality and large quantities. The Egyptian wheat, Triticum compositum, has 6 or 7 ears on one head. So it must have all these different, there must be all these different shoots coming off this one head.
Yeah, it looks fatter than our normal wheat.
Yeah. Here we have spikenard, and I've heard spikenard listed in a lot of stories, like kind of like Harry Potter. Spikenard.
Spikenard. Do they have spikes?
I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know if those are bristles. Got flowers on top. Maybe these are little spiny. Maybe it's kind of like a stinging nettle. I don't know.
And these are all in that big Bible.
Yeah, because it talks about plant. Well, these are, they said trees of the Bible, but these are some of the plants. I guess is how I'd call them. But these are all mentioned in the Bible, and it gives you verses. John 3 or.
Wow.
So it says a highly perfumed ointment prepared from a plant in India growing in short spikes, prized by the ancients and was a favorite perfume at their baths and banquets. So this is the stuff mentioned in the Bible, so it might not necessarily be in Canaan or Jerusalem, or it might be an area that travelers come from, or this mentions in the Bible. And these people put them in their dictionary or their illustrations. Pomegranate. So that looks like a pomegranate that we would recognize right here, the fruit. A native of Asia, a bush with dark green foliage, crimson flowers. The fruit is red when ripe and very juicy. The rind is used in the manufacture of leather. I didn't know that.
Oh.
The figures in Solomon's temples were adorned with carved figures of this fruit. 1 Kings. A cut pomegranate shows its seeds and emblematic of faithfulness. So that's why, I guess, why the priest had pomegranates carved and hanging off their robes.
For faithfulness.
So you guys let us know in chat. Are you guys finding this interesting, or am I boring you with going by for every plant? Because I can surely skip some of these if you don't want to listen to all.
The chat's going up and down. I'm not quite sure.
I don't know. People are probably leaving because they don't like it, or I don't know, maybe new people are coming in. This is an almond tree in blossom. A nut tree larger than a peach tree. In Palestine, it is blossoms in January, and in March has fruit. The blossoms are white and appears some weeks before the leaves. The leaves is long and narrow with notched edges, and the fruit is like a green peach.
A green peach.
A similar rough skin which dries up and drops off. And Dragon Collector says, I'm still listening. Claudette says it's great. Bounty Hunter, I love it.
I like the fruit list. It's interesting that they made all this in the Bible for some apparent reason.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff, growing up that we read in the Bible. We just kind of went along with it. Didn't really know what it was they were describing, telling us. So
Yeah,
It
this
makes
is a nice. It's a nice addition to know about this. That's cool.
So here's some more. I took like I said, every page I tried to take a full picture,
Oh
and
wow!
then I cropped in each individual one today, or tried to. So here's papyrus. So when you hear about papyrus, this is what they're illustrating. Here's a little stork. So there's pyramids off of the back. So I guess
Robin.
papyrus or tall looking reeds, I guess is what it looks like to me.
Good night, Jackie.
Good night,
And
Jackie.
someone else. I think it was who was that? And Dragon says I'm getting sleepy naturally, way past my bedtime. So yeah, if you guys gotta leave, don't feel bad. Go ahead and leave.
No, you don't have to stick with us if you want. I mean, if it's interesting to you and you don't have nothing better to do, hang out with us.
Daryl's going to bed too. Good night, Daryl.
So I hope you guys aren't leaving because you don't like the content, but I understand if you got to get up in the morning or do something or.
Landlord Keeper said, wasn't the almond branch Aaron's rod?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up, but I think you are right. So papyrus, the reed. Hebrew names: Agmon, Gom, Aroth, and Canath. A tall reed, 3 to 6 feet tall, angular, with a broom-shaped head, formerly lining the Nile banks and growing elsewhere in marshes in Egypt and Palestine. Its lower part was used for food and cooking. It is without leaves, and the pulp was used to making paper. So I knew papyrus made paper. Some ancient specimens of piper are covered with writings and drawings to be found in the Abbott Museum, New York, and several museums in Europe. The word paper is from papyrus. So we get the word paper from papyrus. Hi, Kathita.
Yeah, I have to come in and she's requesting a goat.
Oh.
She came in with some goat pictures.
Goat lover.
There you go. You got your goat.
So here's Olive. A tree from 15 to 30 feet high, bearing berries smooth like oval plums, violet color when ripe, having an oily pulp, a hard and rough stone in the center. The leaves are like a willow, a dull olive green on a smooth upper surface, and silvery pale on the downy undersurface. The flowers are small and white. They live to be a great age, and the bark of the old trees is very rough. Trees are planted by cuttings. The wild trees bear but few berries, producing scarcely an oil. So that's the olive. Like I said, I got so many pictures. We probably won't get through all of them tonight, and
I'm loving this. I'm loving it.
Root words ginseng. Where was that back? Where was ginseng at?
I don't know, unless she was joking.
Oh, I don't know.
So is that a palm tree?
This is a palm.
But you don't see palm trees over there. That's interesting. Huh.
So the variety most common in the East is a date palm. So it's a date tree. So it's not like the palm trees out in California, I don't think, or what we think of palm trees. This is a date palm.
A date palm. Okay, from a dates. Huh?
So it says, I might as well make this large so somebody else can read it besides me. The palm tree was always associated with Palestine. The name Phoenix being probably derived from Phoenicia.
Phoenix?
Phoenicia. Huh?
Phoenix, you said?
Yeah. You can't see it?
Barely.
All right.
I
The
just kind
name,
of
it says the name Phoenix being probably derived from Phoenicia. Phoenicia. The date palm is indigenous, growing from the end. It is average height is 70 feet tall. About 8 years after being planted, it yields fruit, averaging 100 pounds, and continues productive for 100 years. Dates take the place of bread to a large extent in the East, and all other parts of the tree are used for buildings, fences, roofs, mats, baskets, couches, bags. They are saying with that the Arabs that the palm tree has 360 uses. The palm groves of Jericho were always famous, and a place was called the city of palm trees. And that's in Deuteronomy, it's in Judges. It flourishes best under an average temperature of 60 degrees.
I just had a weird pop behind me too.
I don't know. Maybe it's because it's cooling down. It was so hot. Phoenicians, yeah, Phoenicians, but there's no end on it. But that's how I would say Phoenicians too. But it says
Phoenicia?
Phoenicia. Okay.
Probably Phoenicia.
So here is the mustard seed or the mustard plant. So we hear about faith as tiny as a mustard seed.
Mhm.
Is found abundantly in Palestine, both in a wild and cultivated state. The plant grows to a very large size on the banks of Jordan. In comparison with any other garden herb, it would be a tree. So that's in Matthew, Mark, Luke. Here we have the carob.
Looks like a pea pod.
Does look like peas.
Some plants I've never heard of.
Oh, it's an evergreen.
What?
It says it's an evergreen.
The leaves don't look like an evergreen.
Well, it probably doesn't look like an evergreen that we know of, but
What they do? Change the name of our trees too?
crepe popon.
Grapevine, probably the mix again.
It says leguminous tree, native of Palestine and the East. It is an evergreen, growing in hedgy clusters and producing a long brown pod filled with pulp of Swedish taste, which in times of scarcity is used for food. It is familiarity called St. John's bread. Both pod and pulp resemble those of a locust, only larger. So I guess the leaves look like a locust tree, but the pods are sweet and can be used for bread.
This is interesting.
So this is Shitem. I guess that's how you say that.
Shitem. Ghost Lord says bread, St. John's wort.
Ah.
Claudette says we have those in Canada.
Oh, wow.
I agree, Dragon. Wow. All the details of all these plants in this Bible are so interesting.
Understood as acacia tree. Acacia, I don't know. of which there are 3 or 4 species in the East, especially used in the construction of the tabernacle, ark, table of shewbread, altars, in Exodus, and it shows all the chapters. Or in Isaiah, the tree yields a gum, gumarabic of commerce for incisions cut deeply in the bark. Probably the probably the burning bush of Moses called Seneh, Seneh, which is Shittim or Shittim. I don't know how you say it, Shittim. The last camping ground of Israel was on the plains of Shittim. The Arabs used the gum for food. The bark is a very astringent and is used in tanning leather. The wood is very hard, close grained, and fine brown color, excellent for cabinet work. It grows in dry places where no other tree can live. It is not the acacia tree of this country, which is kind of a locust. Tristram mentions trees on the Dead Sea shore and other places which are 4 feet in diameter.
This makes you wonder if some of these plants aren't around.
I don't know.
Interesting. Oh, wow.
So here's more. You got a pistachio, mulberry, myrrh, lily of chaldron.
Even mulberry. Interesting.
So here's pistachio.
Ooh.
The trees are very wide and circular, 10 to 12 feet high, and they are found on the shores of the Mediterranean. The gum is used to strengthen teeth and gums. It was prized by the ancients of this account and for other medical properties. It is used in preparation of spirits as a sweetmeat and in varnishes. I didn't know that about pistachios.
Healing plants.
Here's the mulberry. The purple and white mulberry are natives of Persia, although the white mulberry is most common in Palestine and Syria. When left to grow naturally, the white attains a great height and handsomest tree, but the fruit is far inferior to the other. It is kept low in order that it may be produce a larger crop of leaves for feeding the silkworms. Oh, so silkworms eat mulberries.
All those bags of worm thing. Is that what you're talking about? Those big
I don't know. It just says there's
worms in some of these trees?
silkworms produce silk. I mean, that's how we get silk. Is from, I mean, China taught us that, or Asia.
And Dragon said mulberry makes good homemade wine.
Mulberry wine. I've heard of mulberry wine.
I don't think I've heard of mulberry wine. Interesting. Huh.
So here is myrrh, or more, M-O-R. I say myrrh. I don't know. One of the ingredients in the oil of holy ointment and is used as a perfume. Proverbs 17. It was one of the gifts brought to the infant Jesus. Matthew.
Myrrh. So it would be myrrh.
Then why is it M-O-R?
Maybe they changed the spelling. It was gifted frankincense and myrrh.
Myrrh was also used for embalming. John. It is like most of the balm tree family, a low, thorny, ragged-looking tree with small, bright, triflet leaves.
Doris said to be past the Gaja.
I don't know.
Ganja plant.
It might be in here. I don't know. Lily of Chalcedon.
So it's a lily.
Found in the deep, broad valleys of Palestine among the thorny shrubs and remarkable for its rapid growth. That's in Hosea. Its flowers are very brilliant in color. The Phoenicians, see now it says Phoenician. It didn't say that before. Architects who decorated Solomon's temple chose a lily for the capitals of the columns, probably imitating the lotus of Egypt and the rim of the brazen sea. The true lily of the valley is not a lily, but a jonquil, as the name appears in Arabic of Cant.
Oh, that's interesting.
What's the Arabic of Cant? Is that like an apocrypha book?
I don't know. We got lily of the valley blooming right now.
Huh. Lily of the valley. There you go.
Wow. They don't teach on the plants and stuff anymore.
So that is the last, I believe,
Of the plants?
of the plants, or they said trees.
I know. They were saying trees, and most of them were plants. That was very interesting.
So now I have animals and I have ancient coins.
Oh.
And there is more chapters in there that I didn't get time today to do, so we can go through one more or a couple more, but it's going to take a while to get through the animals. There's a lot of pictures of animals. Then there's ancient coins. So what do you think? Or do you want to talk about something else?
I don't care. Ask the chat. You want animals or you want ancient coins? No pot plants?
I think they did. I think they did opium dens and stuff like that back then, didn't they? Didn't they do like opium and?
Oh. Yeah. Robin wants to know the name of the Bible again in the year, or name of the Bible.
I think it's the same one I sent you pictures of, Robin. It's
the People's Standard Bible, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the same one I sent her. I think pictures of the cover and stuff. The Holy Bible, People's Standard Edition, with apocryphal writings and Old and New Testament, and it was 1872.
Blazer said animals that use ancient coins, and Claudette says coins. Robin says both, of course.
I know we're probably not going to get a good answer between everybody. It's probably everybody's going to be split between both of them. I don't know if I'm going to stay up long enough to hit both of them, but
new topic: animals that smoke with dwarf.
let's the coins is the shortest one. We'll start with the coins, then we'll go into animals and see how far we get. How about that?
I vote more than once, though.
More than once? Can't do that.
Whatever the government was pushing at the time.
All right. This one, I did not take individual pictures yet. This was the last one that I started taking pictures of, so I can zoom in on some of these, though. So this says ancient coins.
I'm just fascinated. All this stuff was in the old Bibles. So interesting.
So there's what the Derek, and I might be pronouncing these wrong, the earliest coins in use in Palestine, 450 BC. I don't know if that's where the drachnid comes from. So it's Derek of Persia, and that's in Ezra. 69 and Nehemiah 70, specimens of which are still preserved in both silver and gold of the proportions of 25 cents and $3. Then the next one is the Dagon. Looks like it has mermaids.
Probably Dagon.
Doesn't that look like it has mermaids?
Yeah, that does look. Those are mermaids.
What did the other one have a picture of? What did this one have a picture on?
Well, it's a person, but I couldn't figure out the other one.
But that looks like a mermaid to me.
Mermaids.
Merman.
Oh, Blazer.
So it says Dagon from a gem. The Phoenician coin with the figure of Dagon. So Dagon must have been a mermaid or a merperson or a god or something of theirs.
Dragon said fish gods.
All right.
Blazer says irony, doing topic coins. It's a change. The topic makes sense too. Oh, Blazer.
So it says the figure of Dagon is a very ancient and may date to 1000 BC as it was found in a tomb of a very early age. The peculiarities of this celebrated god have been mentioned in number 122. I don't know what that is, so I need to go back to
Anunnaki dragon, fish god.
It was a temple erected in his honor that is enraged. Samson so Samson pulled down that temple in the story.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Wow.
Oh, Castor and Pollux. Yeah. Sons of Jupiter. So that's the twins, which has the constellation or the stars named after them. So Castor and Pollux, sons of Jupiter. In Acts, it mentions them. The name of the vessel in which Paul sailed from Malta to Rome, derived from the name of the two stars called the twins, the fabled sons of Jupiter and Leda. The coin was struck at Bruti in Italy and dates a little before the time of Paul's voyage. So it has a picture of the horses and the twins themselves. So this is the Macedonia. It's silver and gives a head of Philip with the club of Hercules as a symbol of kingly power. The name is spelled with a K, and the coin is one of the most beautiful, highly finished of all antiquity. So it has Philip's head on it. Then it has Hercules club. And it is spelled with a K instead of a C like they have here in English.
Bet the Smithsonian has a bunch of these coins.
Bounty Hunter said that was Sagittarius and Gemini. On this other coin? I don't know. All right, where am I at now?
Like I said, this goes into esoteric knowledge and the cycles of the plants aligning with human, how do you pronounce it? Epochs?
Huh, yeah. So this says the king and queen of Persia were found engraved on 2 gems of ancient workmanship. The inscriptions around the heads explain themselves of Mithridates, the king, Queen Meton, Meton. The queen is the most careful cut portrait and the original gem of all ancient relics. So some of these give really good descriptions and dates, and some of them aren't really saying a lot. So here's the mites of Herod. The money of Herod was Greek caricature and of bronze or copper only, for there was no silver, no gold specimens existent. The leptons or mite was the smallest of his coins, 2 of which are here given. The sacred vessel on one and the anchor on the other give a hint of the sea, value less than 2 mils. So if you're reading the Bible scripture, it talks about the widow mites, and that's what some have little and some have a great to give. So this would be the coin that they were talking about, like the widow's mites. So what do we got now? The king of Hadrian. Hadrian Augustus struck many coins, and as did all of the Caesars, 2 of which are given 477, 479, which I'm assuming those are coming up. One of which is a figure of Neptune bearing aloft a trident and a water lily standing on a seashell. The other, there is an armed galley bearing sails, oars, and a sacred Roman standard. So this is Augustus on this side, and this side is the figure of Neptune with his trident standing on a seashell and has a, what did it say, a water lily? A water lily in his hand. So that's a coin of Hadrian or Hadrian. You guys can pronounce it the way you want, I guess. I don't know if I'm saying them right or wrong. So here's the other coin that it said 478. And then we got the next one, 479. This is Tryphon. Was a usurper of the throne of Syria who killed the young Anatius, son of Alexander Ballas, BC 142, C 488. So it keeps taking us to different coins, different pictures.
Well, I want to know if this is in a Bible and they're calling it Greek mythology. Why is it in a Bible?
Well, because there was Greeks in the Bible mentioned, and they had to deal with, Romans had to deal with Greeks, and
But it must not be mythology. It must be real.
still could be mythology, and their society puts it on their coins and pictures and all that stuff. So somebody outside of Greece would still have to deal with them. You know, their coins are still whatever they're worth if you're trading. I don't know.
Better be a funny goat in there.
It better be a what?
Ghost Lore says 10 for y'all. Better be a funny goat in there. Haha.
So here's the next coin of Hadrian that they mentioned earlier. Roman coin of 2 classes, consular and imperial. So there you have his picture on the one of Augustus. And then the other is the one that said it had the Roman ship on it. So I hope you guys are able to see these all right. So here's the coin of Hedrid Agrip.
Herod.
Could be Herod Agrip. Yeah, heads of Titus. So there's Emperor Titus on this one.
Oh, ghost lore.
What?
Mermaids.
I never even thought about that. So here's the coin of Tyre. Looks like it has a castle and two dogs or lions underneath.
They definitely don't look like perfectly round coins.
Well, they weren't. They were handmade. They weren't. Wow. They weren't. So here's the coins of Taurus. So this would be Taurus the Bull, another constellation. The coin of Taurus is memorable for being connected to the history of the Apostle Paul, the city of his birthplace and early residence. Acts. The city coin is finely designed and figures on both sides as shown in the cut.
Dragon said those a-holes have ridiculous names. Sorry, but not sorry.
A-holes.
Wow, this is fascinating. Is that something on top of a deer?
Looks like a lion pouncing or hunting, you know what I mean? Killing, unaliving, however you want to say it.
So is the first one a mermaid again? Does he have two legs?
No, there's two legs there. He's just wearing a towel or a cloak.
I was gonna say, it kind of looks like I guess it. Yeah, he is. For a second, I thought it was a mermaid.
So now we have a half shekel. I remember reading about or seeing a half shekel mentioned in the Bible. 25 cents is what they're saying a shekel, a half shekel would be basically, I guess maybe back in 1872 is worth 25 cents. I don't know.
A stag, deer-like critter. Lion and stag. Lion, but the deer looks like it's prancing.
I think it's hunting. I think the deer was trying to get away or running, and the lion pounced on it. You know, just like you'd see on any hunting show or any nature show. So this is a half shekel was the yearly temple due. So you had to pay 25 cents or a half shekel yearly temple dues, and was exchanged for foreign money and at very doors of the temple. This they shall give every one that passeth among them that are numbered half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A half a shekel shall be the offering of the Lord. Exodus. So it looks like it has a cup and some kind of plant or something in the middle. It doesn't tell us what the plant or anything is. Why doesn't it tell us? Might have to look it up in the dictionary, maybe. I don't know. And I have no idea what that name is. The coin of Centuria. A coin is often the very best evidence concerning some ancient person or place. If genuine, it is not possible to deny its claims to credit for what it shows. If forged, as they often have been, they still bear a certain value according to their antiquity. But it doesn't tell us who the picture or anything is of it. Unless that's that guy's name, Centuria. I don't know.
It's a secret. We need to know that plant.
Yeah, I don't know what that plant is. You think they tell us on the other coins what's in them, but some of these aren't telling us. Here's a penny. It was a silver coin called denarian by the Greeks, denarius by the Romans. Equal value is about 15 cents of our money. It has the portrait of Tiberius Caesar on one side, and the other, a female is a representative with a hosta or spear in her right hand and an olive branch in the left. So this is Tiberius Caesar. And then here is a woman with a spear and a olive branch. So I guess they mean they're strict and tough, but yet peaceful, I guess. I don't know. Then here we have the Simon shekel, and I've never heard of a Simon shekel.
Simon shekel.
The first copper coins struck by the Jews were the Simon Maccabees, a privilege granted by Antiochus. Ignatius. In 139 BC, the bronze shekel of the fourth year was probably struck BC 136 in time of distress. Eleazar, son of Simon, struck the coins both silver and bronze. King's tax, Ghost Lord said. I think that was the 25-cent one to get in the temple. The Samasius was a bodyguard of Alexander whose head he put on his coins and was made a general, finally king of Macedonia and part of Asia Minor, 315 BC. This is, though somewhat irregular in shape, this coin was clearly cast as a singular fact that both few of the coins struck by Alexander himself contain his image. And this guy has a spear and a shield, and
is that a fairy on his hand?
I'm assuming that's the god or that Nike, the god of speed with the wings on his hand.
Yeah, it does look like Nike.
Then here we have the last one on this page is Alexander Ballas, a pretended son of Ignatius Epiphanes, made a king of Syria by decree of a Roman Senate, BC 150.
Blazer said he's sniffing fairies.
Sniffing fairies' butt.
Sniffing fairies.
He adopted the title of Ballas, B-A-L, B-A-A-L, so it'd be Baal.
Baal
Lord. A compliment to the popular religion of the country, which was a worship of the great fly god of the Phoenicians. The fly god.
Fly god. Never heard of a fly god.
It's got a bird.
Well, if flies are gods, I'm sorry, I'm still killing them. I don't like flies.
Well, it depends on what they mean by fly god. Is it a god with wings? Is it a bird? Is it a dragon? It's showing a bird on the coin.
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies, yeah. And it does say Baal, B-A-A-L.
Wow.
Title of Ballas, B-A-L-A-S.
Dragon. Oh, no, not fairy sniffing again.
Here is the next page. Getting a little more ornamental engravings on some of these. You guys still want me to read them, or you just want me to show them to you?
No, I like you reading if you can read them. Yeah,
Well, I can read them. I just didn't know if you guys wanted me to spend the time to read them.
Yeah, I like it because we're learning about the coin.
So this is Tetrarch of Aniquus Antinasuus Ephanes, who was a younger son of Anasuus the Great. Antiochus. I don't know if I'm saying these names right. King of Syria, BC 175, have invaded Egypt and captured Ptolemy the Great and part of the country, and he was ordered to retire by the Romans BC 168, so they must not have really liked him very well. He is mentioned in the Apocrypha in the book of Maccabees.
We're still trying to find that plant that was on the coin.
Yeah. It's probably a lily or some kind of, I don't know what it would be. There's probably, if you look up the name of the plant or the coin, somewhere there's probably a good description of it besides this. So this is Jesus Christ, King of Kings coin. I didn't know there was such a thing.
Oh, cool.
This coin was bronze coin or metal bearing Christ's head, which the cross behind it was found at Euphra, Syria, and is one of the series of curious pieces struck by the sons of Constantine the Great. Well, that makes sense because Constantine became Christians. Of which there are many different styles. The piece was a commemorative in its character as evinced by the wants of the letter SC.
Oh, that makes sense too. And Dragon says you're doing fine with the names. They're messed up, not us.
I don't know.
Bounty Bear said maybe fly god. Felician means phoenix bird or phoenix restart.
What do I do? Skip to the next page already?
Always a circle or a sun behind him, Blazer said.
Well, they said it's a cross, and if you look at Catholic churches, a cross, and they usually have a circle around. So it could be like his halo, it could be a cross. I don't know.
Good old Constantine. Yep, Nicene Council.
His mother had a lot to do with
time to take
Christianity.
Time to take out a bunch of books.
So here's coin of Vespian. There were both Greek and Roman coins struck on the capture of Judea and Jerusalem, on which bearing Vespian's head. It is shown above on one side and another on 492, so we'll have to get to that one. This was 491. The type is a woman weeping under a palm tree and guarded by a Roman soldier in fulfillment of prophecy Isaiah. So there is Vespian's head. Looks like he's got a ribbon or a cloth tied around his head or something, maybe.
Ghost Lord said the cross in the circle is also in Irish styles.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, but they're highly Catholic. Or some of them are Protestant, but so there's a Roman soldier, the palm tree, and the woman on the other side, and this has SC on it also. So that
South Carolina.
The other one we just read that said the piece is commemorative in its character as evidenced by the want of the letters SC. So this one has SC at the bottom of it. So this would be commemorative too, I guess, if you read it that way. I don't know. But you can see we're only on page 69 of this Bible.
And then
the coin of Apima. The coin of Apima has a picture of an ark over water and a dove and an olive branch and people leaving it. It was struck probably in the time of the Crusades to honor the tradition of the deluge.
ancient do-rag.
Maybe he was out in the desert and he had an Arabian, or these people have, they wore the veils and the head pieces.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? 2 legs and then whatever this is.
I don't know. It looks like a third leg.
Was he a horse? Half man, half horse?
Oh, that does kind of look like half man, half horse.
I don't know. It could be something completely different. I have no idea, but that's how I'm seeing it. I don't know. A centaur. So here's a shekel. We had a half shekel before. This shekel bears the inscription of the deliverance of Jerusalem around a bunch of fruits and Simeon on each side of the throne of the state, which stands in a niche ornament with columns and a star. It was a Hebrew piece and was originally both weight and coin. So there's a shekel.
I wonder what that all means around it.
Ghost lore, Catheta said, "There's your goat, the one with the half horse or whatever."
Oh, maybe, yeah. There's a goat.
Maybe he's a goat. So here's a Antisuous Tryphon. Anasuous Typhon. Tryphon, by treachery and successive war, gained supreme power, killed Anasuous, assumed the throne. The coin bears his head. So he took the throne by force. Maybe it's Anasuous. Anasuous? I don't know. Here is Paul. So I guess that's what Paul looked like. If anybody wondered what Paul looked like. The head of Paul engraved on copper was found in an ancient tomb and is of the 5th century. The early Christians placed a great value on these objects, portraits, emblems, etc., which kept alive the history and traditions of their faith. So if that's truly the engraving of Paul, that's what he would look like.
I love screaming goats.
So here's Laodicea, struck by an Asarich in honor of annual games, bearing his head and the goddess Diana.
Ew. Looks like a
drawn by lions and inscriptions.
Looks like a grumpy person.
He does look like a ruler, a grumpy guy that wants to behead everybody and off with their heads.
They always have something on their head or in their hair.
Well, that's like the olive branches where they made crowns, like you'd see in the Olympics where they'd have the.
Yeah. When I saw it, almost kind of like a ribbon, or I mean, it just seemed like they always have something. Boy, they had curly hair back then. A lot of them had curly hair.
If that was real, maybe it's a wig. And this was supposed to be Diana. There's another little guy with wings on her hand.
Sniffing more fairies. Ghost Lord said, I want to know who Pete was from. Oh, for Pete's sake.
So there's the lions, or
he didn't get the ugly stick, he got the whole forest.
there's the lions pulling the chariot with Diana on it, and whatever that little wing guy that we've seen in several coins. Here's the coin of Cyprus. Maybe it's Cyprus. This coin of Cyprus was struck in the region of Audacious Caesar. The island is 140 miles long, 5 to 50 feet wide, and is one of the most fertile spots in the world. We saw something else when we were reading about the island. Was it? It was where that tree came from, and Napoleon Bonaparte was exiled there, and it said it was like 5 miles wide or something, or I don't know. Maybe it's not the same one. He looks like he has black eyes.
Yeah. Or makeup. Ew, his eyes look creepy.
Maybe he was part of the Black Eye Club back in.
Ew. Yeah, either he had eyeliner on.
Let's see. Now we're in the coin of Rhodes.
Rhodes? Oh, that Rhodes. Okay.
Bears the head of a king and an iron spike crown and a blooming rose, the Greek name of which is Rhodion. So you remember the Isle of Rhodes where it had the big statue, which the Straits of Gibraltar was what I remember Rhodes as.
What's with the spikes around him?
It means he's kingly or a god. The king. And that's supposed to be a rose, but it doesn't. I don't
look like a rose.
No. I mean, it kind of does. It kind of looks like the petals of a rose, but I don't. This looks like a orchid or something in the center. Maybe they had different looking roses then. The signet ring of Suphis. Several ancient rings have been preserved to the present, among which is the ring of Thomas the Third, and above of Pharaoh Suphis, who built the Great Pyramid at, I don't know, Giza? Is there Giza? Maybe that's how they did Giza. So there's the signet ring that meant you had all power. You were the king, that you had the authority. So I wonder if that's a real.
Looks like a portal. Stargate.
Moses was given an signet of the Pharaoh, and he had all authority over finances, grains, everything. He was second command of. So he would have to have one of these, or of the Pharaoh. Of
so it was a ring.
It's a ring with a signet on it. So evidently that was the king's name or his authority. That's probably.
Didn't they seal things with their ring back then?
What's that?
Didn't they seal things like letters and scrolls with a ring?
Well, if they poured wax or had on there, then they would press
the ring. Huh. Wow.
If you wore that ring, then everybody knew you were important. You were either the Pharaoh or maybe a second command like Moses. Here's Troyos, preserved a tradition of Homer's heroes on this coin besides of the wolf nurse. Never heard of a wolf nurse. Of the founders of Rome. Oh, the baby, the children that were raised by the wolf.
My precious Smeagol coins. My precious.
So we have the two twins or the two children brothers that were raised by a wolf on this coin.
Wow.
Now we have Saint Mary Latine. This is the medal of Saint Mary Latine, a sealed used by a covenant of women in Jerusalem who conducted a hospital. I've never heard of Saint Mary Latine.
Ghost lore, if you're serious, we can't explain what panda eyes are online. We'll get striked.
Yeah.
Just look up black eyes.
And celebrities.
And celebrities. Yeah, Hollywood black eyes. That's all I'm going to say before we get striked. Yeah. Ghost lore, you don't want to know.
So here's coins of Sardis. Yeah, the two raised by wolves reminds me of Lucius or someone from the underworld. Yeah.
She's going to Google it. She'll be back. Oh, my.
Oh, my gosh. Well, whatever you find, don't bring it up in our chat.
Yeah, please don't bring it up in chat.
Private messages, because we don't really want to talk about it online. So this brass coin of Sardis is one of the fine execution and elegant designs. It bears the bust of Greek King Lydia and the goddess Ceres.
That's funny, Bounty Bear. Waiting for the return face.
It's probably going to be the green vomiting face, smiley face. So here's both sides of Thomas ring. The ring, besides being ornate, was used in a signet or sign manual and was engraved with some device with or without the name of the owner, was recognized as his personal emblem. So this is Thoth, Thoth-ness, Miss Thoth. Thoth, I don't know. So these symbols supposedly is his name. And here we have the marriage ring, Serapis, and Sibyl. The marriage ring among the ancients was often set with an engraved stone. Serapis was an Egyptian god who was also honored in Greece and Rome. Sibyl, the goddess of Rhea and Ops, mother of the gods wearing a crown. See, some of these I've heard of Serapis, and Sibyl I have never heard of. So you can see how thick this book is, by the way.
Yeah, and we've got like 4 of them. I think I've got.
For being on page 69.
I think I've got 1 or 2, and then you've got like 2, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I got 1.
Then I downloaded and printed out most of the old 1911 or whatever that Bible was. All right, I think we got one more page of coins, and that's it, I think.
We're going to have to continue next week. Give you more time to take some more pictures.
Give you time to do something.
Oh,
No, I'm just kidding. I don't mind doing it. So here's Ptolemy the first, the Greek title for the king of Egypt, first known into history in the time of Alexander, BC 323. Ptolemy First Soter was a son of Lygus and a Macedonian, a natural son of Philip the king. Alexander made him ruler of Egypt. And there we got a bird or eagle again or whatever. And Caesar.
Ghost Lord wants to know, are they in the archives or a special order download PDF?
What's that?
I'm not sure. You talking about these pictures or this Bible? Are you still talking about the question a few weeks, or not a few weeks, a few minutes ago? Little Caesar pizza character.
Yeah, pizza.
Pizza.
Here's Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, youngest son of Ptolemy I, and was made king 2 years before his father's death. This reign was a trying time for Judaism and for intellectual development of ancient world.
Is it a two-headed person or twins?
I don't know. It says youngest son of Ptolemy, so maybe that was father and son on a coin. I don't know.
And Ghost Lord, we have this book, but you did say you got some on a download or PDF, right? But this Bible.
I have some Bibles on a PDF. You could probably find this one on a PDF, but I did send her a few pictures from this Bible privately, but obviously not all of them, because I'm just now getting the grabbing pictures out of it. Probably would have been easier if I would have downloaded a PDF. But this is a physical book Bible we actually have. So here's Ptolemy the Third, oldest son of Ptolemy II. He recovered the images stolen out of Egypt by Cambyses and brought home the vast treasures, earning the title of benefactor Erogates during his reign for Egyptian historian. Now what are you laughing at?
Firewater. I think that I just had, oh shoot, where'd it go? I think I just had an overdose of homemade organic pecan toffee.
Oh.
Note to self, just because the ingredients are organic, it does not make it healthy.
Here's a seal of the Order of the Temple. Oh, that sounds like a society. Was used on one of the hospital orders of the Knights of Jerusalem during the Crusades.
Oh, she wants to know if there's any in archives or public domain or on PDF. Old Bibles and stuff.
Old Bibles? Yeah, absolutely. There's all kinds of
Okay.
Bibles. If you search, especially Library of Congress, you can download PDFs, and there's all kinds of Bibles that they have.
We need to pull out the other ones and see what version they are and what's in them. That's so cool.
So here's all the Ptolemy. I'm not going to read every single Ptolemy. They're all sons of each other, and they all ruled one after another. Seal of Guy of Luzine. I don't know.
Try a different browser. Don't do Google. You probably won't find anything on Google. Might have to try a different browser. Google.
I use Google.
No, I'm talking about things that she wants to. Oh, never mind. She's probably looking up.
Bible.
I thought she's still talking about the other.
Coin of Perseus, son of Philip V and the king of Macedonia. He continued the war with Rome after his father's death, BC 179. He was defeated BC 168. So that'd be 11 years. Died at Alba, Maccabees 5, after which his empire passed under the influence of Rome and finally became Roman province, BC 148. Here is seal of Egyptian and Assyrian kings.
Jeez.
That doesn't look very good.
I was
Whatever.
going to say, they find it in cement.
Must be embedded in rock or some kind of mineral.
Something.
Yeah, it looks like an Egyptian, Assyrian symbols. This appears to be impressions of an ancient royal signet, difficult to decipher the meanings of the hieroglyph. So maybe that's pressed into a wax or something. Maybe that was actually something they sealed and they found it. So it says impression. So that came off of the ring. The Holy Sepulchre, as it's appeared AD 1150 and is in no respect different from the present. Whatever that means. So that's what the Vatican looks like. The Holy Sepulchre. No, the Holy Sepulchre is the resting place of Christ is the Holy Sepulchre. That's what they have over top of
Oh, okay.
in the Vatican. The farthing. Now I've heard of a farthing. Equal to 2 lepta mites, about 3/8 of a cent. The specimen is now extant and neatly and artistically made of copper and bronze, except that, like all ancient coins, the edge is unfinished. The small circulating coin of the Greeks was a lepton. So these are equal to 2 leptons. Looks like it has a sphinx or something, or a lion and wings, and can't tell if that's a woman, I guess, or I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Is that a person? Is that a vase? Is that a vase? Maybe it's a.
I was thinking of a vase, but why is it pointy on the bottom? Would never.
They did that. They made stuff like that, especially for perfumes and ointments. Here's a seal of John of Breen, who took Jerusalem AD 1204 and was succeeded by Frederick II, 1226. The cross used is that known as a cross for me or pete. I don't know what the seal of John is. John the Baptist? Who took Jerusalem. So somebody who took Jerusalem back, so I don't know what John that would be. Here's gem Florence. Engraved gems worn in rings and used for private seals are mentioned all through the Bible. The Gnostic sect of Christians used many curious devices. So this looks like it's a double-headed ram or something, or 2 rams. Two sheep, 2 rams. Gnostic. Here's Tigranes. Tigranes was a king of Armenia and ruled Syria BC 83 to 64 when the Romans conquered the country. He has a different hat, almost like a pope-looking hat with the long thingies on the back. They didn't give him any pupils. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I wasn't hearing you say anything anymore. The coin of Ephesus bears a model of the temple of Diana, showing image in the center. So that's the second coin with a picture of Diana on it. Baldwin the Fourth, AD 1174, 1185, used on his seal a star and a cross with a sketch of a Tower of David. The art of the casting or engraving coins and signet does not appear to have improved at this date. So it must be the same insignia they've always used. Wonder if the Ark of the Covenant is there. Well, they say
Tower of David.
What? It says Tower of David.
Tower of David.
That is supposedly the Tower of David, I guess, because this is a flower or whatever. So I guess that's what the Tower of David looked like. I don't know. They say the Ark of the Covenant is below where Christ was crucified in and there's a cave below Golgotha, and supposedly some guy, and you can find it on YouTube if you can still find it. I'm assuming it's there, where he looked through a little crack and kind of tried to dig it out before they stopped him to peer into it, and he said he saw a flash of gold, and it looked like there was two Sephirim or two angels on a altar looking thing, and they said Jesus's blood from the cross went through the cracks down into the cave onto the seat of the Ark of the Covenant, or onto the. That's what the story is. Seal of the Knights of St. John's Hospital, Jerusalem.
Wow.
AD 1118, for the care of the sick and poor pilgrims.
Some of these are getting detailed. They have magnifying glasses to carve on these coins.
So that has a light and a sick person, like for a hospital. And then the next one is Seal of Amori, the first son of Baldwin II, king of Jerusalem. So that looks like it's the palace, or I guess it'd be the palace. I don't know. I don't know what that is. That's another ring.
Oh.
The signet of Thothmes,
What?
third of Egypt, a gold and very fine wrought, and is in the Leyden Museum, Holland. That's in Holland. How did it get to Holland?
Interesting. Almost looks like a magnet.
So I guess it's a ring and it's on a swivel. I guess that swivels. Then they would impress that into wax or whatever material they use to imprint his signature or okay and authority. So I can only think of Thoth, ruler of Atlantis, with the emerald tablets, when I keep seeing THOTH. Remember that? The emerald tablets.
Oh yeah.
And Thoth. I think it was Atlantis. Not the Lemurians. I think Thoth took over Atlantis, and that right before the demise. So here's a Syrian seal. This is the design engraved on a cylinder found in Nineveh, such as was used by the king of Assyria as a type of conquest over such nations as used the eagle for their standards to represent victory. The birds are captured and held helplessly at arm's length. Interested in the figures is still further heightened by a supposed transfer of strength and glory of their wings to the shoulders of, and I can't tell what that word is, of the something, a very satisfying result indeed. So are carrying birds by their legs, or I guess.
A lot of things. I mean, there's a lot of birds in a lot of this stuff.
And the Sumerian has wings. He has wings, and he's carrying birds that have wings. And I think that's it for the coins. So there you go. So now it's everybody saying, Toth, Hermes, Heaven, Nineveh, interesting info, Toth. I don't know what Thothmas compared to Toth and the green emeralds. I mean, there's probably two separate things. It just struck me as THOTH.
And they pronounce things so different. Well, I think we changed pronunciation.
Thanks, Blazer.
Yeah, I hope everyone heard the clapping. Are we able to hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Oh, okay.
What time is it?
It's 1:36.
Oh, we're not gonna get through the animals because there's like 100 pictures. I think. I don't know. Let me look at it.
We can go through.
I'll tell you real quick.
We can go through a few and stop at 2:00. And
85. I took 85 pictures of animals
We'll
today.
definitely have to continue this next Wednesday.
136 in the Squatch clock.
Yeah. Yes, it does say 136 up there. I'm looking at your clock up there, Blazer. Ooh, it's 5:15 for the date. Man, believe it or not, I don't think it's cool outside because it's 75 down here. And
I want to get up
70.
tomorrow. I got to do. I got to do stuff for Sunday's show, which is Barb Hartman. By the way, if anybody knows Barb Hartman from Bigfoot, what's her channel?
I got Barb on.
Gosh dang it.
Watch clock.
And then I got to do our movie night. I got to get all our stuff for Lost in Space and Twilight Zone and X-Files and pick 2 movies for the weekend.
Oh, my goodness.
I have not. So I got to do that tomorrow.
It's almost a weekend for movie night already.
I know. So I got one day. I got tomorrow, well, and part of Friday. So I got tomorrow and Friday to come up with movies. But usually I do Friday for Saturday, unless I just do them all in one day and get them over with. If I can. The series ones aren't bad because we just go right in a row for Lost in Space and Twilight Zone and Night Gallery. Some movies that take longest because I got to figure out what ones we want to show. Then I got to find them.
I thought you had a list of movies.
I do have a list, but I still decide on, well, okay, do I want to show this week or what do I want to show this week? And sometimes I base it off of what we're looking at, so whatever happens in Lost in Space or X-Files, and then I kind of try to find something in a movie that's kind of similar. I was kind of thinking of maybe doing a movie Tarantula.
Ew.
Big giant spider science movie.
Ew.
I don't know about the second one. I haven't decided yet. All right. We can do a couple animal pictures, I guess. We got time for that.
Look for that holy scepter one.
Scepter? Holy scepter? Holy.
You asked for it.
So here it says the animals of the Bible, and it starts off with peacocks.
Oh.
They just had such
Sandworm.
good artists. Whoever drew these pictures, and this was all black and white, or it might have been color in the original, but this is all off of a lithograph or pressed by. Well, here, there's a signature right there. Something T.W. Wood. W. Wood for sure. I don't know if that's I don't think that's a J. I think that's a T. T.W. Wood. So if you look up that's the artist that drew this picture.
That is true, Firewatch. She said the reason why Geralt and Jane are still happily married is because they know how to have their own sacred space office.
Well, we used to sit upstairs.
Oh, that's why you said no drama. Oh, okay. Yeah, no drama, Bigfoot.
Yeah, no drama, Bigfoot for a barb. Yeah, the Holy Sepulchre. Well, I mean, we didn't have separate spaces. We were together, and I don't think you were always happy with what I was watching on TV, and I wasn't always happy with what you wanted to watch. And
well, yeah, it's not that we don't get along. I'm an outside person, or he watches stuff on TV, but then he's watching stuff on the tablet. And when I watch something on the tablet, you got 3 things going in the same room. And so it's difficult for me to listen, and then I kind of took over the 24/7 cameras, and I just sit down here and keep an eye on them and change cameras. And
you're watching YouTubes all day.
I watch here. I'm not ready for the sunroom. It's going to be so hot here pretty soon. I might as well stay down here instead of moving out in the sunroom.
So not only do I watch YouTubes and stuff, I also watch TikToks and Instagrams and Reels, and then I start going down rabbit holes, and then I start looking up movies and episodes and for the show for the weekend, and pictures like this and pictures like the Chicago Medina Sports Club.
And I watch some stuff on YouTube he don't, and so if I'm trying to listen, it's interfering with him trying to concentrate on what he's listening to, and
So basically, I retired and I took over Jane's space, so she had.
Oh yeah, that's true, because I was in the living room all the time, and then we tried being together for a little while, and I just kind of moved everything down here. And
when I was working, though, we spent all the time together.
Yeah.
Regardless what we were doing, whether we were reading or watching TV, or it's just when I was home. Now that I'm home 24/7. Now you have your computer and stuff, and I have mine. And anyway, I don't know how.
And I'm in my music room, and I can just grab some instruments and just play. And I don't think I'm going to be able to sit out in the sunroom much. It's going to be too hot.
And I hear worship music coming through the floors, or Pink Floyd style background music coming through the floors.
Yeah, I did do that video, by the way, guys. I do have that Pink Floyd background with the keyboard on my channel. And before I forget, Ghost Lore, I did send you a quick message, but I think you already figured it out.
Oh,
what are those?
These are more birds.
More birds.
So we start with pheasants, and now we have falcons, quails, ostrich.
A rooster.
Domestic fowl.
Domestic? So you think chickens were... Oh, okay.
Well, chickens are domestic.
Yeah.
They're not wild.
That was definitely a rooster.
So this is a falcon. Deuteronomy. Birds is much larger than peregrine falcon. The female is larger and stronger than the male and was employed for chasing the kite. What's a kite? Is that another bird? Is that an animal?
I don't know.
Whose long and powerful wings could not always save it from such foe. An illustration, a pair of Lanier falcons are pursuing some of the rock pigeons which abound in Palestine. It is called the Lanarius, Latin Lanarius, from its ferocity and originally word meaning a butcher or one who tears things to pieces.
Oh my.
So lanier means butcher or something that tears something apart. It is peculiar to Eastern countries and scarcely known in Europe. In England, it has been mistakenly by ornithologists as a peregrine falcon. Hence, has been described as inhabiting countries where in reality it has never been found. I want to know what a kite is. Is it talking about a kite like we fly, or is it a kite called something else?
What's it spelled?
Kite?
Oh, it is spelled Kite.
So I don't know. So everybody knows falcons, if they put their wings back like that soaring, they get up to tremendous speeds in the air. They're a fast bird. Definitely a predator, not a I don't know, I wouldn't call it a predator, but a hunter. Definitely a hunter bird. That's why people have falcons. Here's an ostrich.
One looks like he's passed out on the ground. It's dead.
A native of Arabia and Africa. It's a giant bird, often 10 feet high with stout, long legs and only 2 toes, short wings, and soft, rich plumage. It has great powers of endurance and runs with rapidity. I'm going to say rapidity. It was reckoned among the unclean birds by the Jews, Leviticus and Deuteronomy. The habits of the bird are admirably described in Job. So there you go, 3 different chapters of the Bible.
So ostrich is in the Job.
As a good thing, admirably described in Job. But uncleaned and a horrible bird by the Jews in Leviticus and Deuteronomy.
I think the other one knocked the one out. Threw an ostrich egg at him and made him pass out.
So
That looks
here's
like a
quail. Got a little baby quail.
Aww. I miss my quails. They were so much fun.
So it says quail in Psalms, a bird of passage about the size of a turtle dove and resembling the American partridge. So that's almost like our bob whites, or it'd be a bigger bird than the quail that we had. If it's going to be the size of a partridge or turtle dove. They are plentiful near the shores of the Dead Sea, the Jordan, and deserts of Arabia. Its flights is very low, especially when fatigued. They migrate in vast flocks, and at night, when they settle, they are so exhausted that they may be captured by hand. The Arabic name for this bird is sawa, S-A-W-A, sawa, which signifies plumpness and fatness, for it is well-known figure and quality. The first mention of quail in Scripture is Exodus 13. When they were sent as food to the murmuring Israelites only a few days after they crossed the Red Sea. See Numbers 6. No, Numbers 11, 31 and 32.
Ghost lore said a kite is a type of bird, specifically a member of the bird of prey family, something, which includes hawks, eagles, vultures. Kite is known for their ability to soar and glide on the wind, often hovering for extended periods of hunting for prey.
All right. Thank you.
And you have Bob. Yeah, we have Bob White. Bob White.
And we have Bob Whites.
I haven't heard of one in a while though. There must be more out in the country.
That's the quail we used to go after. No, I mean, not only doves when we went shotgun.
And they even sing like that.
Pheasants, doves, quail.
And they sing like that. It sounds like they're saying Bob White. Yeah, I love their calls.
Here's the domestic fowl. So I'd say that's just a barn chicken or ordinary chicken.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they had different kinds.
Look at all the BBs. I'm gonna have babies here soon.
Yep.
I've got some of the birdie moms been on them for close to 3 weeks. I'm gonna
put a chicken hatching camera out there.
I'm gonna go out there and start hearing cheep, 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 cheeps.
The common barn door fowl are often mentioned in scripture, but as now in every village or farmhouse, their eggs are more used in Syria than in other foods, not vegetable. The habit of the cocks in the east of crowing during the night at particular times has been noticed by many travelers. Egyptian paintings represent catching, keeping, feeding, killing, salting, cooking, eating of fowl. First Kings. Well, it says that during Jesus's crucifixion that Peter
the rooster crow.
Peter will deny you before the cock crows 3 times, or right?
Yep. And they do not crow just in the morning. Roosters crow 24/7.
So we're here. We have some more. We have the hawk, lammer greer. I don't know. The eagle and the golden eagle. So here's the Arabian hawk.
Golden eagle.
Yeah, there's a golden eagle. The American eagle is a bald eagle, but there is a golden eagle also. So it says the Arabian hawk, a strong-winged rapacious bird. Several species was existed in Syria, unclean for the Hebrews, Leviticus, but sacred among the Greeks and Egyptians. It was migratory, as are 10 or 12 kinds now. So Deuteronomy, Job is supposed to allude to the migratory habit of this bird in whatever chapter 26. At least this is the only hypothesis which fully explains the verse. They frequently build their nests in as close proximity to those of vultures and eagles and are the only birds allowed to do so. So that is the Arabian hawk. Then we have the short-toed eagle.
Short-toed.
Yeah, that's mentioned in Deuteronomy.
Oh my gosh.
A short-toed eagle is a strong, heavy, and handsome, but 2 feet long, dark brown, marked with black spots. There are twice as many of these as of all other eagles put together.
Oh, wow.
It feeds mostly upon serpents and other is very fond of frogs.
Oh, good for you. Go after the lizard people.
The lizard people. So here's the lammergeier.
Lammergeier?
I think I'm saying that right. I don't know. How do I know? The lammergeier. Lammergeier. Lammergeier.
Sounds like a car name.
It's in Deuteronomy. One of the largest of the flying birds. It belongs to the vultures, but has the appearance of an eagle. The plumage is a mixture of different browns and grays. When young, it is nearly black. It spreads over Palestine, never congregating in numbers but living in pairs. The nest is made of sticks and sods and is enormous dimensions. All species, no, all allied species live in North Africa, where it is called by name which signifies father longbeard. Father longbeard, an allusion to the beard like tufts on the bill. So it has tufts on the bill. Oh, it does have tufts on the bill. Look at that.
Oh,
It does look like it has a beard.
got a goatee.
It has a beard.
It's a goatee. It's a goatee. And firewater, I don't have them in the Navy area. The broody hens are in the nesting boxes out in the chicken coop.
Father Longbeard, an allusion to the beard-like tufts of the bill, identified with ostrich of Scripture. This identifies as sustained by other uses of the word peres, P-E-R-E-S, which is translated ostrich or bone breaker.
Ew.
Bone breaker.
Whoa. I saw an alligator in a vest. I think it was an investigator.
Thus, David called the spot where Uzzah was killed Perez Uzzah, the breakage of Uzzah. So Baal, Perazim, B-A-A-L, Perazim, was called the place of breakings. The original word once signified breaking or crushing, and the bird is described correspondent in its leading characteristics with the lammergeier or ossifrage. O-S-S-I-F-R-A-G-E, ossifrage, or bone breaker. There you go, bone breaker.
Pretty strong beak. Wow.
Here is the golden eagle. Golden eagles live in pairs only and require a wide range of country, 5 pairs occupying as much as 25 miles. It is smaller than a griffon. I'm going to say griffin, but griffon. Not so strong and not very common in Palestine. We might have time to finish this page. I don't know. So here we have
Ooh, owl.
the bulbul, the griffin, vulture, the owl, the bittern. We have the kite. There's our kite. So we got a picture of a kite now. And a turtle dove.
Boy, that turtle dove has a very long tail.
Yeah.
Compared to our doves.
So here's the bulbul.
Bulbul?
Yeah, it's in Psalms.
Oh.
A species of thrush. So we have thrushes.
Yeah.
So a species of the thrush tribe and a songster which rivals the nightingale. There are vast numbers of them throughout Palestine, no less than 38 species, rarely more than 2 being ever seen together. They are very fond of sitting on ridges of roofs and any conspicuous eminence where they utter their plaintive notes. I think that's plaintive. I don't know. I'll have to look at that. I can't. So anyway, they sound better than nightingales. And they're a species of thrush.
Wonder if all these species are still around.
I don't know. So here's the owl in Psalms, an unclean bird, as in Leviticus and Deuteronomy.
Unclean bird.
Yeah, because they eat dead.
Oh, okay. All right.
They eat stuff that's unalive. I don't know if you have to even say that.
I know.
But anyway. So it's unclean bird in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. Several species are found in Palestine. The great owl is strictly a bird of the reedy marshes and mud flats. So here we have the turtle dove. And this is in Cantils, Canticles, Cantils. So that must be another book that's not in the Bible. In Hebrew, it says Yonah, Yonah, Yonai, Anyai. Two species are mentioned in the law, turtle doves and pigeon. Both were to be offered in burnt offerings, Deuteronomy. It is a symbol of peace and most exalted of animals, and symbolizing the Holy Spirit and meekness, purity, and splendor of righteousness. So why would you offer them?
I know. I don't like the sacrifice of the animal.
Animal of peace and meekness. Why would you offer that?
That's sad.
They don't like that part.
I know. Ew.
So here's a vulture griffin, Griffon. Looks like a turkey vulture to me.
Mm-hmm.
So it says in Hebrew, it's Dah, Daah, Dah. And that's in Micah. Large birds belonging to the genus hawks and included as a great many species. It is pronounced unclean by Moses in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. The vulture has a naked or downy head, a bare neck, and long wings. It is a carrion bird and remarkable for its power of vision and great height in which it soars. It scents its prey from afar. Scarcely can an exhausted camel fall on its route and die before numbers of filthy scavengers show themselves. Job. In Palestine, large flocks of them, many have been seen daily sweeping their graceful way in the grand curves which distinguish birds of prey. They are the best seen in early mornings, in the habit of quitting their rocky homes at daybreak and sail for 2 to 3 hours. Jeremiah alludes to these birds and its habits. It is employed as an emblem, divine omnipresence by Ezekiel and St. John. It is a vulture fulvus or ornithology, and its habitable range in the Alps of Europe to the mountains of the moon in Africa. Mountains of the moon. So there's a mountains of the moon in Africa.
Mountains of the moon. We need to look that up. That's interesting. Mountains of the moon.
Talmudical writers have a proverb that a vulture in Babylon can see a carcass in Palestine. So I must be talking about how great their eyesight is then. So here we have the bittern, Bittern, bittern. Looks like a grouse. That's what it looks like to me. That bird looks like a grouse in the U.S. The bittern belongs to the same family as the herons, cranes, storks, and many of its habits common to them all. It is a 2.5 feet long. The ground color plumage is dark buff, mottled with black and chestnut. Is a long beak, legs, feet, and food resembles the herons. It's not gregarious, and it rarely is seen. It will be tempted to leave and retreat by noise and even stone throwing, for it knows distinctly that the quaking bog land which it selects as his home, is unsafe from the step of man. By day, the bird is silent, but after the sun goes down, it utters a strange wild cry. In every country inhabited by the Betrine, it cries has been dreaded by the prophecy of some evil to come by superstitious people. In England, it is known by the name of the night raven or butterbump.
Blazer said the Mountain of the Moons are the legendary mountains or mountain range in East Africa at the source of the Nile River.
Oh, so like the water comes from the moon? So in England, this is called the night raven and butterbump. Butterbump's kind of weird. I wonder what that means. What
Butterbump?
how you get butterbump?
Butterbump.
Ornithologists are confused in their designation of this bird. It was Adria stellaris or Linnaeus, but is now known as Botonius vulgaris. So that's the Latin term for the bird. There's two different ones, I guess, because they can't agree on it. Like most marsh birds, it is having great facility for charging its shape or for changing its shape and size. The cut represents it as on the alert. Consequently, as expanded attitude. The swamps of the Tigris abound in this strange bird. The bittern shall dwell there. It is expression for the deepest desolation that reign over places abandoned by men. So here we have the kite or the vulture. Job. Two species of this bird are found in Palestine. The red kite is scattered all over the country. Its wings are very long and powerful, and it has long and deeply forked tail. Its color is reddish. The black kite is numerous in Palestine, and it also almost gregarious. That was it for that page. I think that's a good place to stop. So if we ever continued, we're on Great Spotted Cuckoo.
Oh, quit.
So somebody remind us, we're on the Great Spotted Cuckoo. Oh, my throat's getting dry. I think I was reading too much out loud.
My drag is just so dry around here. I think the rain will do us some good.
Anybody notice our new shirt? This is a design you can get in our shop. We have several new Bigfoot designs.
I need to stand up anyway. And here's my logo on these. What do you call these? Tri-sleeves.
Tri-sleeves.
These, oh my gosh, these shirts are so cool. They're nice and thin and comfortable. So yeah, we've got our logos on these tri-sleeves and a Bigfoot design also on a tri-sleeve. Poured coffee, too hot. Made a pit stop. Heard that goat. Almost totally fell in.
Well, everybody, thank you for hanging out with us for a few hours.
The dog's saying she's had enough down here. She probably needs to go out and go pee.
Yep. So maybe I'll be able to find some more Egyptian stuff. We definitely have more Egyptian stuff, but not as far as buildings or anything. I'll have to find more or see if I can find some more pictures. But we definitely have I don't know, we'll either have to do a show on here or find somebody to come on with us. And we'll talk about the Grand Canyon and Egyptians all the way through from the west all the way through the Missouri Valley and beyond that even.
Might have to grab some of the other giant Bibles and see what's in those.
Yeah.
and compare them to what you got pulled out today.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if the other ones have any pictures or anything. All we've done
I
so
don't
far
know.
is illustrations and pictures.
I don't know if I ever really went through the one that I got from my grandma. It'll be interesting.
So we'll definitely do an Egyptian
I'm a bird of a feather.
U.S. version on a show. Maybe, like I said, that's probably a good subject to do on Jessica's show, The Cryptid Huntress. She loves Egyptian artifacts and the Grand Canyon and all that. So,
Dadgummit feather. Oh,
maybe we'll do it on a Wednesday night, or maybe we'll do it on Jessica, or probably both. We'll probably talk on both. But
Firewire. We got Bryce coming up. What? Sometime in June? Is that when Bryce is coming?
we are doing a show with
Bryce. Yeah.
She's coming on, and we're going to be talking Old World, Tartarian, and maybe we'll do the Grand Canyon stuff with her.
Yeah, that would be good.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Bryce is coming on our show, so that's coming up. This weekend, Sunday, will be Barb Hartman.
And the week after that is Jesus Payan Jr.
Yep. And if you didn't see last week, Mark Ollie.
That was good.
About giants and angels and crystal heads and all kinds of stuff. He's coming back. He's going to be coming back on our show. But if you haven't seen, go back and watch last week's show on Sunday night, Sunday afternoon, nighttime UK. But also on our Facebook group, if you haven't gone there, go check out Midwest Night Watchers on Facebook. It's a group. And I put some clips. Right now, I have just a crystal head section with Mark Alley.
So, is it Father's Day? Did he say yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
So Mark's going to come back, and we're going to talk about some more crystal heads and some other stuff. So that'll be a good subject.
I'm still laughing at part when Mark Ollie was talking about the dinosaurs and the little arms, and he just kind of went like this. I thought that was so funny. And I'm glad I learned sign language. It's been handy.
So yeah, I think we're going to have Mark back as many times as we can to discuss some of the topics he has, whether it's paranormal, haunted houses. What else did he said? Crop circles, crystal heads. I mean, he's just got many subjects that he loves to talk about, and he's an archaeologist, and he loves history, and he has a different take on a lot of stuff. As if you watched our show last week, you'll find out that he's humorous and very intelligent and has a lot of facts, and he has his very own crystal head.
Yeah, that's cool. Bounty Bear, yeah, we're starting to hear some strange stories about electrical.
Yeah, matter of fact, Firewater, Dennis Carroll, our good friend that I do a show with Monday nights, The Road Less Traveled, he's going to be on Chanty's Africa
tomorrow,
or Aquarius Rising Africa tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. And you're welcome. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah, thanks for listening to me, Babylon. There's another Egyptian term. I just said Babylon. Or I meant Babylon.
You're babbling.
I babbled on.
Yeah, you babbled on and on and on.
I must be getting tired. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Check out Dennis on Chanty's or Chantel's show tomorrow. And it'll be noon. It'll be on at noon for us, so I don't know what time that is for everybody else, but
1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Dwarfy time.
Yep. So check us out on Rumble Friday, Saturday for movie night. Well, not only X-Files, Lost in Space, all those other good shows, but a couple movies. And then Sunday with Barb Hartman. Then we'll be back on Dennis's channel Monday, and then it'll be Night Owl Lounge again.
These weeks are going by so fast. Wow. Well, like Jessica says, keep your head on a swivel. Stay safe. Have no fear.
So Firewire, if you talk to Bryce, reminder is she's got a date with us, and we're going to be talking about old world Tartaria, maybe the Grand Canyon and the Egyptian culture. So thank you all. We are going to end.
Mhm.
Yeah, we love you very much. Thank you for coming. We'll see you next time. Keep looking up.
Keep your vibrations high.
Love you all. Night.
Big hugs.